したって消せない夢も止まれない今も誰かのために強くなれるなら何度でも立ち上がれ世界に打ちのめされた泣かぬ意味をしたグレーの花咲き誇れ運命を照らして
実力を発揮しきる前に相手の方がバックれてくらし明るきるハートのペリハッピー明らかにダントツでピカイチ相変わらず脱皮してる毎日誰の七光もいらないお前のアイスよりアイス俺パッと見できないことばっかりだけどペリハッピー呆れてる呆れてる周り恵まれてる家族友達もう反則的タッチ君ら俺に任せとけばいい教科書にない問題知りない超パッとなましない鏡よ鏡答えちゃってプロですI'm the best of it生身のままいけるとこまでトラネクストラ1番目 Nothing can brim bam bam brim bam bam brim bam bam boom brim bam bam brim bam bam brim bam bam boom brim bam bam brim bam bam brim bam bam boom トラネクストラ1番目 Hey hey 俺のままでいるだけで超フレックス Hey hey 誰も口を挟めない Hey hey 俺のままでいるだけで超フレックス Hey hey 誰も口挟ませないいやいやいや学歴もない前科もない余裕でこの存在自体が文化財なのびそ高級車は買える免許はない愛車全国各地揺らす一品このベロがブリンブリンバレットならまた関西なまり生身のことだま音楽幸運処理の女神恋もサンバだバンバン漫画みたいな体まんまで張り合いてしまってる漫画圧倒的力この頭と口からこの体たるを履いてないこの面に傷もついてない繰り返しやらかしてくため次回数い年利を刻むしはブリンバンバンブリンバンバンブリンバンバンボン俺のままでブリンしてバンしてバンするためにボンしてきて日本鏡よ鏡答えちゃってプロです I'm the best of it 生身のままいけるとこまでトラネクストラ1番目 Nothing can brim bam bam brim bam bam brim bam bam boom brim bam bam brim bam bam brim bam bam boom brim bam bam brim bam bam brim bam bam boom トラネクストラ1番目 Hey hey 俺のままでいるだけで超フレックス Hey hey 誰も口を挟めない Hey hey 俺のままでいるだけで超フレックス Hey hey 誰も口を挟ませない
宇宙エコー最先端の宇宙音この手に掴むよすっとんきょに笑ってたい自分がはなれっこだい I can get no satisfaction 退屈は因子になる重くて落ちちゃう前にワクワクの羽広げ
I should probably explore a new intro for like just chatting streams. That's gonna be so much new work. I don't know what I want to do in that situation. That is like, it doesn't. I like this in the sense that I don't like that chat. Well, I like the chat. Obviously, I like all you all. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming through. It is early. It is 9:16 a.m. on Sunday. And I have been up for 2.5 hours, I guess, at this point. Sadly, I work at 7 a.m. Monday to Friday, so even on weekends, I can't sleep in. You and I are actually, we're in an identical boat. I feel, bro, might as well. Yeah, okay. I am a 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. person. And so, yeah, I'm typically up. I work from home. I'm, very grateful in that regard. So, I roll out of bed 6:30, whatever else, to get myself ready. But without fail, and I'm assuming you're in the same boat, Undead, the idea of sleeping in is extraordinarily difficult. Like if you're sleeping in, you're looking at 8. If you get to 9 o'clock. And you are a person who typically works at 7 o'clock in the morning, that's a big deal. You know what I mean? That's a really big deal. Give me a quick second. I gotta check something. Okay. I'm testing out my new AirPods for like the just chatting streams, just because like a little bit more like free reign to work with more than anything else. I don't like the idea. I like the idea, obviously, of my gaming headphones when I'm playing video games, and if we do end up playing Marvel Rivals a little bit later on today, then I'll probably make over the swap. I don't know how well the Bluetooth works out for these in terms of gaming. I haven't actually tested it out. When I do the mic check, there's a slight delay, but I can't tell if that's an OBS thing or if that's just the way that the headphones work. So there's going to be a lot of like little testing here and there. Sorry, but I got sidetracked. I'm assuming, Undead, that's actually a great name for somebody who doesn't get to sleep in. I'm assuming that sleeping past 8 o'clock is one thing. Like, I don't know the last time I woke up after 9. But I also don't know if that's just one of those, like your clock is wired a certain way, because I should say I don't know the last time I woke up after 9 in my own bed. So I was down in Toronto last week visiting with friends, and so I was staying at a suite at my friend's condo, and the bed there was super comfortable enough that it's like making me reevaluate whether I need to buy a new mattress, because I've had the same mattress now for 8 years, and it served me very, very well. Typically, people say to change your mattress every 10 years. That's a curiosity, because I find that, so my previous mattress I had forever. I had that mattress for 18 years. I had that mattress for 18 years. And it served me fine. But it was time for a change. So I went for something a lot nicer, whatever you want to call it, luxurious, whatever else. And it served me well, but I don't know the last time I got I don't know how to explain it other than sometimes, I don't know if anybody here has ever like slept in a hotel or like anything along those lines. But there are times where you can have a really nice hotel bed, whether it's a luxury hotel, like some really nice casinos. In my case, the bar that I set is I ended up getting a suite at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. This is in 2010, which should tell you everything about how much of an impact this bed made on my life. It was exactly what I wanted. I kind of like almost like sunk into it. I know a lot of people like a really, really firm mattress, and I kind of just like mine to just like be able to like sink right into. It has to be, pretty thick. in order to, I mean, obviously, like I'm a large man, but it needs to be pretty thick in order to like sustain you, or if you have somebody else in there with you or anything along those lines. But I still want that. I want it to be like, feel like it's like, holding me, you know what I mean? And obviously you got to get the right pillows and all that kind of stuff. But like these things tend to come at a price. And so when I actually got back home from my trip, I looked into it, and the mattresses, if you were to buy them at retail, because obviously you're not buying it wholesale, it's like a casino. If you buy them at retail, was like, at the time, this is in 2010, mind you, this was $9,000 Canadian. And I said, absolutely not. There's no way that I'm spending that kind of money on a mattress. And I should have probably thought that over at the time, because, as I've gotten a little bit older, I consider things like value for time to be really, really important. It's how I tend to rationalize a lot of decisions in terms of like major purchases. So like when I look at things like, you buy a new phone, you buy a new smartphone, if you buy like a bed or anything along those lines, you can rationalize the decision because you are in a spot where you are using something on a consistent basis. Like I don't buy a phone every year. I typically buy a phone every 2 years, and I never feel bad about it. There's a lot of folks that are just like, hey, my phone works. I don't need a new one. And by all means, more power to you. If you are somebody who doesn't feel the need to like make a purchase because it's working fine for you, that's great. I think like the flip side though is that some folks will say, oh, why do you want to like buy, why do you want to buy something else? And it's like, I can totally rationalize the decision because we keep our phones in our hands actively. I mean, like some people are like, they'll differ, you know what I mean? But actively, you can have your phone in your hand for hours on end. Some people, pretty much like unattached from their phone. It's just like locked in and like good to go. I think that the same rationale can take place when it comes to your bed. You are typically, on average, assuming that you're trying to be there as, from a healthy perspective, as long as you can, like 8 hours a day. Some people longer, maybe a little bit shorter. I typically get anywhere between like 6 to 7 hours of sleep before I'm just like, all right, we're done here. But the idea behind it though, is that, if you're spending 8 hours a day in your bed, then I don't think there's anything else in your life that is going to be such a consistent constant as the mattress that you are laying on. The pillows could change or anything along those lines, but the mattress itself, assuming you're going to be keeping it for 10 years, whatever it is along those lines, like you're getting a ridiculous value like per hour use in the use of that bed. So from my perspective, I'm just like, you know what? You should splurge. Like I know some folks are just like, oh, I don't want to spend the money on a mattress. But the truth of the matter is that like there isn't much else you would get better value on the mattress. So like if the mattress is going to run you into like 4 figures, I mean, I actually don't know if anybody's here right now to even answer this question, but it's like, do you feel like hampered by the idea of spending extra money on the mattress? Like, are you looking for something cheap? Are you looking for something, or are you like willing to be like, you lay down on the mattress and you go, hey, this is great. This is everything that I want. I feel super comfortable here. And then it turns out your mattress is like $3,000. Can you rationalize that decision? I don't know how many people can, to be honest with you, assuming that they can even afford the $3,000 to begin with. The question becomes, would they want to spend that $3,000? And like, that's just like one of those weird things to consider. Give me a quick sec. There we go. We're going to check on the chats and make sure everything is on the up and up. TikTok is up. Welcome in everybody coming in from TikTok. I don't think there's a category. Did I push a category on TikTok? I'm not even too sure. But welcome in everybody coming in from TikTok. Hopefully you're having a great day. Same goes for our friends over on YouTube. Everything looks to be working. For a long time, there was a lot of hurdles to try to overcome as it concerned getting all the streams to work. And I'm really hopeful that Twitch, I think that like Twitch is in this like really odd spot where they say to themselves, it's just like they don't want streamers pushing to other platforms. So by the same token, there are it's really difficult to try to pigeonhole people into one spot. You know, I am a big believer of accessibility across like every platform whenever possible. I wish that it was easier for people in terms of the way that they like distribute their bandwidth. You know, not everybody has the opportunity to push, you know, 8,000 kilobytes per second across 3 platforms. I don't even know why I push 8,000 kbps to TikTok, because I'm pretty sure it caps at 6,000. I don't know if you're like, I don't think you're punished for it. YouTube is pretty much infinite. Like you can push, you know, I think it's up to like 24,000 kbps on YouTube, and there's no problems. You know, like if you've got the bandwidth for it, more power to you. But I do not have that. Well, I guess technically I do. I've got 100 up. You know, like I don't know, like, you know, whoever's in the chat right now, I guess a lot of people are probably just like lurking. But if you are in a position where you have the bandwidth to play with, is it even like worth the while? You know, like I think like, I don't know any streamers that push more than 3 platforms. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think I've ever seen somebody simulcasting on more than Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. I guess to Kick. Kick's never been on my radar. So it's like, by the time I actually thought about, every time I think about giving Kick a chance, there is some story that comes out of that platform that just shakes my faith in humanity. And at that point in time, you're just like, do I really want to go down this road? And I feel like for some folks, especially if you want to be able to voice your mind in a if you want to voice your mind in a manner that is offensive to the average person, I guess Kick is your platform. Is probably like the easiest way to look at it. It's like, you know what? Okay, like I want to be able to say what I want, do what I want, and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know what kind of guardrails are in place on Kick. I know that at one point in time, they pretty much had no guardrails. And I think that my impression of that platform is skewed because of the lack of guardrails when its first inception, whatever that happened to be. I guess like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I don't know how long Kick has been around. But like it had at first it's like, okay, you know, you want to be the alternative for Twitch, like more power to you. But there was just far too many elements that just felt like unsavory. And I was like, you know what? I can't be bothered with this. Undead. Yeah, Kick is basically just where other people go after they get banned from Twitch or just want to be openly offensive because it doesn't moderate nearly as much. Okay, so, I mean, so there's still a pretty significant lack of guardrails in place, at least from the platform side of things, which is a little disappointing because I think that you're probably, well, I'm not going to say you're attracting the wrong people because like there's no real definition as to what wrong people are in terms of like your fan base. I think that it probably does more harm than good to be in a spot where you have no guardrails in place rather than having too many guardrails in place. You know, like I don't think it's too difficult a proposition to say to somebody, you know, don't be awful. You know, like that shouldn't be a big deal. Shouldn't be a big deal. The queen of sourdough herself. Good morning, Koala. How are you, my friend? Welcome on in. Happy Sunday to you. I would say I was going to say like happy Monster to you because that's what I'm drinking. No coffee for me. It's always Monster. But how are you, gorgeous? Tell me how your Sunday is starting out. What are you getting up to? Tell me your sourdough starter is coming along apace because I personally am pining for more sourdough bread pictures, okay? My motives are entirely selfish. I make no ifs, ands, or buts about it, all right? I need to know that you, my friend, are baking at the highest level, and I need to relish in it. I've missed you. I didn't know we were mutual with Tazzy. So you actually would probably recognize this because I don't really stick in too many Discords. I have my Discord. I love my Discord. And I will make every attempt to invite people over rather than go to their place, if that analogy makes sense, if that metaphor makes sense. And so I have, if I look at my sidebar right now, I am in 5 friends' Discords. And the reason I do that is because I find most Discords, even for significantly large communities, most Discords are pretty quiet. And I am a person who thrives on being able to have consistent conversations with people, like wherever I can go. You know, I want to be able to engage with people. I want to be able to have a laugh with people. You know, I want to be able to make friends and talk with friends about like their passions and their friendships and their all the kind of stuff. And so when I go to a lot of Discords, I find myself in the spot where I'm kind of like looking around and it's crickets. And this is pretty much after I mute, oh my God, I mute so many channels, Koala. So many channels when I go to a new Discord. It's just like, I don't, you know, care about the channel that's like, show us your favorite stop sign on the corner. It's like, I'm not interested in the stop sign channel, you know? So these things kind of just like dissuade me from engaging in like a ton of Discords. But the flip side of it is that you can't really, it's really difficult to foster friendships either through what we're doing like right now, because like, you know, I didn't stream much in September. I kind of just like did my own thing, and so I didn't really like talk to too many people over the course of the month outside of Discords. And in the case of Tazzy, I came across through Aim to Kill 1507, and I'm a huge fan of Aim. I think he is just a beautiful human being, and I have so much fun hanging with Aim. And he introduced me to Miss Tazzy maybe 4 months ago, around there, 4 or 5 months ago. And I think that she's a sweetheart. I think that Miss Tazzy is just one of those folks who Miss Tazzy reminds me of everything that is good about being on the come up on Twitch. So like she reminds me of a lot of my friends, myself to a point, but I wasn't as dedicated as she is. Around 2018, 2019, a lot of my friends have been on the platform for a couple of years, and they're building a following, and they're looking to like make their big partner push. And I see her dedication. I see the amount of like work that she is putting in, consistent work that she is putting in. Like, you know, like she had, I'm sure as you know, like she had back surgery, and she's pretty much like, she took, I don't even know what she took off, like a week, 10 days, something along those lines. And it is one of those situations where like I look at all the work that she's doing and how great she is. And I try to be in there whenever I can. She streams overnight, which literally runs in contrast to my old man day life living. But I try to like leave a lurk up just before I go to bed. And then when I wake up in the morning for work, because again, like I said, I get to work from home, which definitely has its benefits. The first thing I do is bring up Tazzy. And I just have her on the screen above my head when I'm working on my main screen, and just like listen to her and pop in and all that kind of good stuff. She's good people. But to the point that I was trying to make, it's that when I look at her Discord, and like the fact that we're having this conversation right now, Koala, is exactly why it's worthwhile to just be an active person in a community. Like communities can have 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, whatever it is. But the foundation of those communities is built on the people who are active within them. And the way that I look at it is, because I'm sure we've all been there, and you're a content creator when time, you know, works to your favor. I know there's a few other like streamers that would like pop through here. And the way that I can look at it is you can have people who will be like, your chat's dead. And then I'd be like, really? Or you're like, your Discord's dead or your chat is dead. It's just like, well, what have you been talking about? Like, what have you been saying that people haven't been responding to? And those be like, oh, I didn't say anything. And it's like, oh, great. Okay, so you're literally part of the problem, and you're bringing me the problem. I don't get it, you know? So when I took like that premise and that idea, and I was like, you know what? We're going to be more active in my friends' Discords. And like I said, I don't have many friends' Discords. I've got 5 total. 4 total? 5 total. I've got 5 total right now. So I treat them very much akin to how I treat my own, in the sense that like now I take the time to go into all 5 of them every single day, myself included. I usually like to leave a little anime related GIF that says good morning or how's it going or like whatever else, just to see who bites. You know, there's a couple of spots where I'll put this GIF and like nobody responds for days. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing the good morning thing every day in a Discord that does not belong to me if 0 people are replying. At that point in time, I am just like, I'm trying to get the ball rolling. If nobody wants to pick it up and run with it, that's their choice, right? But when you look at like something like Tazzy, she's got people like all over the map, right? And I look at that and it's like, okay, this is great. This is something that I can, try to get into and try to foster. And then yesterday, out of the blue, like I see you, Koala, and it brings such a smile to my face because like there's so many, there's so many pieces of like connective tissue right across Twitch. And you and I had met through Debbie Hales, and I know that you've like taken time for yourself for like, obviously like other stuff going on in your life. I believe like when we last spoke, you had said you had just gotten either engaged or married. I cannot recall. I'm very, very sorry. I'm not trying to be dismissive. I know it was related to marriage, but I wasn't too sure if you had gotten married yet. Because we had briefly touched base, and but I hadn't seen you since, and then all of a sudden, like we came across each other yesterday, and like I said, it puts like just the biggest smile on my face because like you and I have always gotten along so well. Married, congratulations, that is fantastic. Hopefully, married life is treating you very, very well, and your partner is doing everything and anything to make sure that you are happy. That is fantastic news. But it's like I look at like the different spots where you can like come across each other, and it's like I didn't realize, again, same thing, that like you were in Miss Tazzie's channel as well. Jim Kim, what is going on? Good morning to you on YouTube. How are you, my friend? Are you working today, sir, or do you have the day off? Bing bong. If you were in the Twitch chat, it's actually kind of difficult. I may end up changing this backdrop. I have a different backdrop for the kitchen, but I like the idea of a daytime kitchen and then a nighttime kitchen for these. I work at noon, true. I like the idea of a daytime kitchen and a nighttime kitchen for these Just Chatting streams. I like doing these. I like the kitchen. I don't know how you all feel about this, but when I go to somebody's place, you go for hangout or whatever else, or you go to a house party or anything along those lines, I find myself in the kitchen all the time. In many cases, somebody will have an island, and I will either sit at the island or lean forward on an island if there's no, stools or chairs or anything along those lines, and I will just yap all night. Why are we awake? Why are you awake is the real question. Good morning, Kitty. How are you? I have been up since 7, my friend. And snack away. Yeah, in a lot of cases you can snack away, but it's like that's not even like really it. More often than not, I'll end up like drinking away rather than snacking away. Because I love you, duh. I mean, Kitty is the bestie chat. We love serendipity up in here. How is your morning treating you? How many cats are currently burying you in bed? I demand that there's any. It should be no less than 3. You should have at least 3 cats on you. You have 7 cats, so 3 of them belong to you. But also, your niece Tank woke my ass up. This is about right. This sounds about right. What is the little baby up to? Is she being a menace? Is she being cute? Is she being a cute menace? Tell me all the things. Jim, how is life treating you, sir? How is your fitness journey going? I'm assuming that you are back on the horse now that all the sickness and everything related to Evo are a wrap. You would appreciate this, though, Jim. When you got back from Evo, okay, obviously you would have gained weight because everybody gains weight when they're on vacation and all that kind of fun stuff. But then you got sick. Did you end up dropping like a shitload of weight? I ended up dropping so much weight this week. It's actually scary. You got sick again somehow? Hello? Are you okay? Is it nothing too major, I hope? Yeah, this week, because I had the flu this week. Some people know and some people don't have the flu this week. And my body I feel like my body sweat out every last bit of stored water over the course of the week. You did not drop, really? I have dropped 12 pounds in 6 days. And I am like, that's a lot. Like, that's a lot. That's not healthy. I just feel like everything and anything that was stored has dropped off. And I actually took the opportunity to, when I saw what was going on, I was like, you know what? We're going to cut our sodium. It's 100% water. It's so much water. Because like I had a really high temperature. And so I think I sweat out far more than I thought. And it's not like I'm not rehydrating either. But I think that my body might have been holding on to a lot of water weight for quite some time. I don't even know why, because like I'm consistently working out and getting my steps and my lifts and everything. I think it's just holding on to a lot of water. So I'm kind of just waiting for it to stabilize, because it hasn't. I've dropped every single day since Monday. And I'm kind of like waiting for it to, I'm not going to do something stupid like, like pound calories just to see what happens. But by the same token, I'm very curious to see how long before my body's just like, hey, I'm going to maintain this weight for a couple of days. You're going to get back 8 more. You're going to get back 8 of those pounds in 2 days when you start drinking water. The thing is, though, Dubstep, I am drinking water. That's the thing. I'm on Gatorades for like the electrolytes to get it back. I'm on 3 liters of water a day. That's 3/4 gallon for the heathens in the chat. Like, there's nothing about the amount that I've been drinking that's out of sync with what I normally drink. Like 3 liters of water a day is plenty, and I'm just like sitting there being like, I think I haven't lifted, keep in mind, since I got sick. I'm very curious when I start lifting if my muscles are like, hey, can't wait for that water, bro. And then we see what happens. I will go back to the gym tomorrow. Are you taking any? No, I don't take supplements. Absolutely not my thing. And then I shouldn't be as dismissive as I just was. I think that some supplements are great. I think that creatine is great for a lot of folks. I don't take it personally, but I think if you are a person who is in the gym on a consistent basis and you are looking to build muscle, I think that creatine monohydrate specifically is a fantastic supplement. I would encourage people to explore that option if at all possible. I think they'd be great for you. But, otherwise, take whatever you feel like or don't take whatever you feel like. You know what I mean? How about yourself, Jim? Do you take any? All this man does is drink water. It's so true, though, Kitty. I start my day kind of with a monster. I'm not a morning coffee person. I'm trying to figure out, I was thinking of a stream title today, and I don't know if I want to do, I'm in a really, really odd impasse right now as it concerns what I want to do with Twitch. I feel more and more that I would rather do this, what we're doing right now, is be able to kick back, relax, have some music in the background. Oh, how does everything sound? For those of you, headphones would be ideal, but wherever you're watching, is everything coming through clearly? I know that I'm a little nasally, obviously, because I'm getting at the tail end of this cold. But is the music balanced for you all? Is the microphone good? Like all that kind of stuff. If you could let me know, that would be great. It feels like the music could probably use a slight, and I mean slight, bump up. Probably about there. You all let me know if that's a little too loud. I just bumped it up literally 1 tick. But it could be a little too loud for you all. We'll see. Creatine protein powder, non-stim pre-workout. Non-stim pre-workout? What would be the point? Ashwagandha, multivitamin. Jesus, you're on the whole shebang. Everything seems good so far? Okay. I'm also trying to keep like my voice in tone. I'm typically prone to pretty explosive like laughter and just like general loudness. But I find that I'm not necessarily getting the best benefit out of this microphone if it sounds good on my end, but I'm on mobile. Okay. I mean, like, as long as it's coming through clearly more than anything else, like I'll take the clarity. I find I'm probably not getting the best value out of the microphone if it when I'm like yelling into it. I think that there's a podcast element that I really love about the Shure microphone, and I was like, you know what, you should probably be like making better use of it, especially if you have a strain on your throat or on your anything along those lines, and you don't need to be yelling. Just speak into it, and hopefully everything's coming through balance. All indications seem that it's good. Thank you very much, Undead. Appreciate that, bud. Even Tank is watching at this point. Yeah, we take those. We absolutely take those. Let me do a quick catch up on chat. I don't know if Koala's still here. Okay. I caught up on everything for Koala. I just wanted to be sure. Big fan of Koala. She is an absolute sweetheart. I'm super happy for her that she got married, and she is very happy. As time passes on Twitch, so many friends tend to come and go. So it's really nice when you come across people, even if you haven't seen them for months. We were saying in stream yesterday, we hadn't come across Grayscology in quite some time. A lot of things going on in their life. and they had popped in, and they've been pretty active across the board. I was in Ames channel yesterday, and Grayskull was playing with Blank. They were getting their ranked grind on. I was like, good for them. You know, that's really good stuff. Non-stim doesn't give me the tingle, really. Okay, but it gives me the pump. I would never think about that. I always think of pre-workout as just like a caffeine like injection. I'll be honest with you, the gym. I don't know what ashwagandha is. I've never heard of that in my life. Would you care to enlighten me, sir? Have you seen? I just saw the kid. Have you seen his water jug? Yes. I go through a significant amount of water. It's a testosterone booster. Really? I have never heard of that before. Huh. You know, we see what we can do here. Kitty is on YouTube as well. Look at this girl being supportive across the board. Thank you so much, Kitty. It's apparently for stress relief. I guess if you're feeling less stress when you're more jacked on the testosterone, right? So that's kind of like a win-win scenario. I want to check something here. I'm going to move me to the top and then bring in Big Chat. Now, you won't see Big Chat, but I will. Hello? OBS, please? There you go. And I can swing... Oh, no, I can't use triple chat then. Bleh. Or can I? Nemi, hello, good morning, friendo. How are we? Welcome on in. The princess says hi. How is the gorgeous Princess Freya doing today? Hopefully everything is going well for her. We are big fans. We stan the princess up in this channel, chat. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. We are big fans of the princess. Give me a quick second. I just lost my chat. There we go. Oh, I can't do it that way. That sucks. Okay. I really can't do that. I'm going to have to explore this afterwards. You all have no idea what I'm talking about right now, but it's fine. Let me get caught up. But Nemi, thank you very much for coming through. I appreciate the continued support. Coming on in here on the 23-month resub. Greatly appreciate the continued support. What are you getting up to today, Nemi? Are you working today? Do you get to spend all day with the princess? I saw you posted photos, I want to say on Instagram. Were you at another concert? What was going on there? It looked like you were having a really good time. It's apparently for stress. Oh, the ashwagandha. Okay. The studies show it's got not a great boost to testosterone. It's more for cortisol reduction as it would hinder muscle growth. You're really trying to game the system at this point, Jim. How are you feeling about your progress since you started going down this journey? Are you feeling that you're getting consistent, like incremental gains? Are you getting gains at all? How are you feeling? Because you've been at this now for about, I want to say 3 months. Could be wrong. Since you've been getting back on your fitness kick, are you getting what you're looking for? Do you feel after the 3-month mark, do you need to be making adjustments? Or do you feel because you've been ill like back-to-back months that it's proving just like a little too many setbacks and you need to like get yourself in a consistently like healthier kick before you can start seeing results again? I'm getting gains very slowly now and seeing muscle growth. Okay, so you are seeing like actual muscle growth then. Are your gains in line with your expectations? It's frustrating to hit the plateau. That's understandable. I saw you had left a post. It was a while ago now, but you had noted that your wife had noted the changes. How are you feeling about that? Like that's gotta be a really great feeling. So, to know that your wifey like sees it. And one, I'm assuming your wife is a fan. If she's not a fan, like more, I can't say shit about that. Some wifeys like they man's, puffed up and good to go. They want more to grab onto. But I would assume that she's pretty happy with the evolution of your fitness, and but it's got to. When I saw that, I was like, that's awesome that your wife has noticed at this point. Well, she's not slobbering all over me. I mean, There's no wives anymore that slobber all over. Well, maybe Nemi does. I don't know. But she's waiting to see my final form. True. So, sorry, I got sidetracked for a quick second. So, are you in line with expectations at this point? Do you feel that you're going to be making adjustments, or are you just going to be staying on the path and seeing how it goes? Because, like, your net loss is like what? Like 12 or 13 pounds right now? You know, removing water variants and all that kind of stuff. Typically, you start seeing your first real sets of things like face gains around the true 10-pound loss mark. You know, when you're taking out like the ups and downs and water retention and, you know, having a weird cheat day and shit like that. This makes me want to get back in shape. I was damn near shredded last year. Are you on an involuntary bulk right now, Double O Dubstep? Or is it just one of those things where like you're fit, but you could be more fit? She's a wife. We don't slobber over a husband. See, Kitty knows. Kitty ain't slobbering over nothing. All right, unless she is, in which case, son, you don't really get to say no. That's not a healthy thing to say on stream. I'm sticking by it because I know her husband well. Somewhere in between. Do you feel, Dubstep, that getting shredded, like the journey to getting shredded, I find, obviously not for me personally, I've never been shredded in my life. I've been like, you know, lighter, but not shredded. I find that for a lot of people, the journey to get shredded is far more enjoyable than the maintenance of the shredding. It's like once you get there and you've gotten all your cool pictures and you're just like, you know, I've got abs and I've got great pecs and I've got this, that, and the other thing. But at the end of the day, you're kind of just like in this spot where you're just like, this is so much work in terms of the workouts. More than anything, the diet. Like the diet is so strict if you want to maintain an absolutely shredded physique. Not right now. I have to make a slight caloric deficit by like 150 to 200 more. So adjustments are in the works. I would assume, because like you're taller than me, Jim. What are you, like 5'11", 240? Am I in the ballpark? Around there, 5'11", 240? So right now it's 2,200 to 2,300 calories per day, and it's not moving that much. Yeah, so you could probably use a tweak at this point. 252, okay. Yeah, and you're running, I mean, like typically 5'11", 252. So yeah, 2,200 is about right. You're plateauing at 2,200. It's a little surprising. This TikTok guy, what is going on, Dennis? How you doing? Good morning to you, my friend. How's life treating you? Are you getting ready for a little streamy stream on TikTok yourself? Yeah, if you get too low body fat, then it feels like shit. Yeah. I think that's a really difficult thing to maintain, Double O Dubstep. I think that there's a lot of folks. I follow this one content creator. Yo, Godmod, good morning to you. How are you, my friend? How's work treating you, sir? I'm here for the McRib. I can't help you on that. The only thing I enjoy from McDonald's are French fries and chicken nuggets. Everything else is out the window. You're going to be on in a bit. True. Sounds good, Dennis. What are you getting up to today, sir? Are you getting in some rivals? I see you've been relatively back on that train again. Are you getting into a little robot war life? What are we thinking? I've lost net 18 pounds. That's amazing. Congratulations, Jim. That is, I don't think people quite grasp, you know, and the Godmod is here as well. So like, I think that, you know what, there's actually a few people in here who are on various different fitness journeys and all this kind of stuff. And the Godmod has made extraordinary progress. I'm not going to discuss the level of their progress. I can leave that to them to either divulge or not divulge. But they've made significant progress over the last few months, but over the course of the year, I would say. And obviously, like, they're proud of themselves. I'm very proud of them. I love seeing, there's like, Cortez has been making TikToks lately, and you can see it in, you can't see it in the dome, but like you can see it in his face. Like it's like so much more like drawn, you know, in the best ways, than it would have been about a year ago. You're 50 pounds down. That's amazing, Jay. Congratulations, man. Like that is just fantastic, man. I see that, and that is a monster number. Absolutely monster number. Good for you. Good on you, buddy. Good on you. but you can see it, and it's just like, it makes me so happy to see the progress that the God mod has made. Like 50 pounds. I am early. I was going to start at 10, and then I was like, you know what? I got time. I was like in a couple of other streams. I was just saying hello and different stuff. I was like, you know what? I've got time. I'm just going to just jump on. I'm going to jump on and either talk or play or talk and leave or whatever else. But at the end of the day, I was just going to get on and do the thing, you know. But good morning to you, Loretta. How are you? How did we sleep today? How is the battle against jet lag treating you this morning? My tool bag weighs 50 pounds. You're getting your hustle on. How are those calves treating you, Dubstep? How's that back treating you? Oh boy, I slept so good. Yo, we love to hear it. Especially for you. Sometimes you've been on the sleepy, your sleepy train gets derailed at times. I am so glad to know that you are actually getting some decent sleep right there. Absolute knockout for the knockout. Also been at this since end of March. Okay, so you're looking at about 6 months then. End of March, April, May, June, July, August, September. Yeah, oh, coming up on 7 months. 7 months is honestly, like, you're right in the ballpark then. So you're at 18 pounds net loss, and that's accounting for the fact that you had like a major vacation in there. So you're doing a pretty decent pace at this point. Like, you're in that like 2.5 pounds per 2.5 pounds like average or so. Like, that's the good stuff. Yo, Lieutenant Husky, what's going on, man? How you doing? The one and only in the house, Captain 2XKO himself. How is the game treating you, man? How's life treating you, actually? I haven't had a chance to touch base in quite some time. I was hoping when everybody was jumping on Shadowverse that you would get in there and we could run some games against each other, but I don't know if you actually got in on that action or not. No gotchas for you. We were always happy to see Lieutenant Husky. I was thinking about you and Modern Pile of Garbage like a little while ago. And I was just like, I need to touch base with these guys and just see what's going on. You're being good. Glad to hear it. Life's treating you well. We love it. Are you down with the, are you still like grinding out the Tekken, Ryan? Are you putting it to the wayside? How is that scene treating you? I want to loop back to something, but I missed it. He may need to eat at maintenance for a little while to reset his metabolism. Being in a deficit for too long can slow down your metabolism slightly. So look, are you on like the opposite boat than Dubstep in the feeling that he should like jump back up to like at 250? You're pretty much like maintenance is probably like 2,500. It's actually probably a little bit higher. It's probably like 2,800 at 250. But I think like from the mental perspective, it's a really tough hurdle, right? Because like you're going to get an immediate gain before the maintenance, and it's like that can like really hit you in a direction that you may not be looking for if you're trying to like drop down again. If he's exercising regularly, his maintenance should be near 3,000. Yeah, it's about right, like 2,800 or so. That makes sense. 2XKO is fun, probably not taking it seriously, still focusing on Tekken. The local community is great, so I'm very motivated. Just been very challenging to improve. True. Are you going to Russell's weeklies? Because like Russell, I believe, is the only one who's consistently doing offline Tekken. Is that correct? Man, should I make some pancakes before work? What are you thinking? Do you like to put things in your pancakes, like chocolate chips? The greatest pancake edition of all time? Yes, I always go to Russell's. True. Does he run on Wednesdays? Mishu coming on in here on the 70-month resub. My goodness. Mishu, good morning to you, friendo. How are you? Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the continued support. Nice kitchen. Thank you. I crafted 2 kitchens. It's, you know what? I like to use the kitchen thing, don't get me wrong, but the young man Logan a couple of days ago, or it might have been yesterday, it's just like, I wanted, because I was talking about just like, you know, making changes and doing like a little bit more just chatting. and he's just like, you need to do the return to the kitchen with the what does he call it? Do you come around here often music? And my man Viral, what is going on? Viral coming on in here on the 68-month resub. One more to the funny number. We are indeed going to be looking for that nice 69 next month. So that's 2 out of 3. I think we only have 2 5-year resubs, or 3 5-year resubs in the channel, and Miss Mustachio is the 3rd. But she does not get to come around here too often. She always maintains her sub, which blows my mind. But so we're very, very grateful to Miss Mustachio, wherever she happens to be right now. She is an absolute sweetheart, and I always thank her for the support. But Mishu Viral, thank you very, very much for the continued support as well. Serendipity coming on in here on the 85-month resub. Thank you very much, Kitty, for the support as well. Look at all you all. You're all insane. Greatly, greatly appreciate you all. Seriously. That's Siri. Every time I say the word serendipity, Siri thinks that I'm speaking to it, and then it's a disaster zone. But again, thank you all. Apparently there is a hype train incoming. I don't know what that means. What have you been up to? Still playing Shadow? Yes. So I am thoroughly enjoying Shadowverse. It's been a weirdly difficult process, Huskies, to get into that game, because I think the game's really good. Don't get me wrong. Building out decks in that game is a nightmare. The way that the in-game currency works is difficult for you to try to craft a deck that is going to be viable, like right off the bat. It takes about 2 to 2.5 weeks to craft a deck, and meanwhile, you're just getting stomped by people who are just using credit card jutsu to build out a deck as quickly as possible. And so the first season that I jumped on board and I tried to get everybody in the Discord on board. It took about 2.5 weeks, and then the season was already wrapping up. We were halfway through when Norman 911 and Kyrofon got us on board with it. This time around, it took another about 2.5 weeks for me to build a meta deck, and so now I'm having a great time with it. But you kind of take a look around at the landscape, and if I wanted to pivot decks, it just takes weeks. So it's a difficult process, but the game itself is fantastic. Well worth your time. If you can just if you're in there to just grind dailies and just crafting, and you're not into really jumping into the meta off the rip, it's such a good time. Hard to come from Legends of Runeterra, which was Legends of Runeterra's system is unbelievably generous compared to Shadowverse. I'm playing it in... Mishu, thank you very much for the 100-bit cheer. Greatly appreciate that. More emojis? I don't know what emojis are. Are you talking about... I don't know. Oh, I see how this works. Okay, so if you get to... So the hype train is potentially incoming, but we haven't got there yet. Okay, I see how this works. It was a typo because I sneezed. Right now, Mishu is the queen of sneeze, chat. She's having a rough go of it. She was out shopping yesterday and caused a sneeze storm. So what are you taking for all the sneezing? Are you doing anything with it? I've been playing an insane amount of Gekishin Squadra. That's the Dragon Ball game, right, Viral? What? I had a chance. I stopped into, I think it was Tano's stream. Yeah, I was in Tano's stream. It looks like, yeah, it's DBZ MOBA. So is it DBZ Gacha MOBA, or is it just DBZ MOBA? Because if it's not a gacha, I would explore it. If it is a gacha, I'm terrified to go down that trail. Mishu is indeed the storm. Thank you very much for the 100-bit cheer. I don't think we get there, but it is all good. We're going to find out. I don't know how this works. We don't typically do a ton of hype trains in this channel. So it may just be derailed. Yes, it was derailed. The hype train was derailed another time. But again, thank you everybody for coming through here for the support. Greatly, greatly appreciate every last one of you all. I'm taking Claritin and praying. Wait, sorry, I'm on the wrong chat right now. Where are we here? DZ Moments, a ton of fun. Good morning, K Sharpie. How are you, sir? Welcome on in. It's not really a gacha. You can spend to get cosmetics. Okay, so it's not play to win. Okay, interesting. I might look into that then. I might look into that. I'm taking Claritin and praying. What? Okay, that's one word. Praying there's really nothing else. Okay, so we take those in time. Claritin is one of those things I've never been on board with ever since I worked in a pharmacy. I find because like your body has to digest it in order for it to be effective. So like the turnover in Claritin is actually like 24 hours, as opposed to something like a Reactin, which is just like immediately goes to work as soon as it hits your stomach. It won't let me cheer less than 100, and I have 97. Yes, I do have a floor of you can cheer less than 100, but it has to go through cheer combos. It can't go through like the notification system because this chat loves to abuse notifications. So I tend to find a floor that just like makes it tolerable. Loretta, what are you getting for breakfast this morning? Also, Jim Kim, did you settle on a pancake choice? Are you going to be putting anything into it? Hey boss, notice any differences in the stream being that Twitch killed a bunch of servers? Did you have to change? So here's the thing. They didn't kill their servers. They're not listed for auto because they are looking to take stress off of their servers. I use manual servers and it just goes to Toronto's server and my ingest server hasn't changed. There is no, if you were to look at like the master list, there's no Toronto server. It's there. I never changed it. And I was looking at Zach's post on Twitter and he very much told everybody the same thing. He's just like, if you have a manual ingest server in your OBS, don't change it. It's there. Like the servers are definitely still there. I don't know if they are being shuttered, at which point in time I will evaluate things because OBS is just going to kick back an error. But until it does, it's like, nope, I'm still running in Toronto. As far as I can tell, I'm running fine. I haven't had any dropped frames or anything along those lines over the last, I've only been back on Twitch since yesterday and today. But everything looks to be working just fine. Have you noticed any issues with your own streams, Cortez? Fuck Claritin, give me my Canadian cocaine, aka Reactin. True. Gotta do it. Gotta get on the Reactin life. I did spend to buy Trunks' tank top outfit though. Needed the ice for the drink, bro. I don't know. I'm standing here in my gym clothes. Are you going for Bicycle of Pain, chat? Should we all be encouraging Loretta for the Bicycle of Pain? It's just a matter of getting out the door. I don't know if I brought this up to you yesterday, Loretta. I didn't realize where the gym was in your building until literally I was leaving on the Sunday. I'm just like, if I had made a left instead of a right, I would have literally seen it. I am just getting caught up on chat. I travel for Sleep Token this coming Sunday. 1 hour layover in Toronto. Really? Wait a minute, what's Sleep Token? Can you explain that? I have no idea. 1 hour layover. 11-hour layover in Toronto. Really? As in like next Sunday, Viral? What are you going to be doing for the 11 hours? Not really. My ISP is genuine shit. Oh yeah, you said you've been struggling with your ISP for quite some time. You're so old. Kitty is going to wreck. Uh-oh. Is this screamy music? It sounds like screamy music. Nagata, get with the times. This is definitely... I can look at the people who are yelling at me and realize that it has to be screamy music. Playing old school RuneScape in my on my phone, probably. True. I mean, like 11 hours is a good amount of time. You can actually like get into Toronto proper and like do a little walking around, some exploring, and all that kind of fun stuff. You should do it. Sleep Token is Kitty's favorite band. Are they screamy? Mostly singy, really not. So they are a little screamy. Where is the Sleep Token concert viral? 11 hours in Toronto. Are they like across the country? Are they in the States? Like, what's going on there? Or Gekishin, because it's also on mobile. I may look into this. More Dragon Ball related things always makes me happy. And I don't have to spend money for max enjoyment. I've never played a MOBA before, so that could be fun. We'll see. It's singing music that helps soothe my broken heart. Really? Just listen to Gethsemane. You're going to Tacoma, Washington. Really? Okay. Meeting some buddies I've gained with for 10-ish years. Good for you. That makes me really happy to hear, Viral. I was discussing this yesterday about the whole concept of, we've got, as we sit here right now, there are so many people in this chat who I have been very fortunate to have met in person and just enjoyed as genuinely amazing people. There is something about like the gaming sphere, where especially like when you've been playing with people for, years, whether it's, 1, 5, 10, whatever it is. There's something very, very comforting about that. And just like, it's like you've been friends, IRL the entire time. So congratulations, man. I'm looking forward to hearing all about it. Are you meeting them for the first time, or are you just seeing them for the first time in a long time? Sleep Token is a bit screamy. I saw them on the 19th. Oh, they're the band that you saw. Okay, so they're the ones who you posted photos, right, Nemi? When you had posted photos from your Instagram, is that from that concert? They're like an alternative rock band, kind of, but they switch up their style multiple times in a song. Really? Okay. I will explore the Sleep Token. I doubt I'm going to enjoy it, but I will explore it. I never want to be dismissive. I want to at least be able to try it once. I'm blessed to be from New York. What? I'm blessed to be from New York. The farthest I ever have to go to see a band is like Jersey. Okay. Or maybe Long Island. I would never fly to see a concert unless I was already going there. I can understand the perspective, but I think like there's something fun if you can do it in groups. Like, I think the idea of solo travel for a concert would be a little difficult. But you're talking to somebody who's traveled for conventions, like the general principle behind it is still relatively the same. Like you're there for a purpose, but the concert's the real purpose. Conventions are a bit different because like I don't look at conventions as the draw. I look at the friends attending as the draw, and the convention is like the cherry on top. Like when we were at PAX East, right? Like PAX East was there, but like I didn't get a pass for PAX East. I don't think, who got a pass for PAX East? Was it just Kitty? Kitty and Son did. But like Mishu didn't, Cortez didn't, I didn't. We kind of just like, we're just like, okay, well, PAX East is here and we can all meet in Boston. This would be cool. And then we were like off to the races. So it was a little bit different. There we go. I was supposed to meet them last year for a wedding, and but my passport got held up. This was the next best thing. Good for you. Good for you. Did you get your passport? Oh yeah, obviously you got your passport sorted out because you're going to Tacoma. Passports can be a little tricky. Mine is up. Ooh, mine is up in a year and a half? No, that can't be right. Did I have to get my passport sorted when we went to Miami? I know Loretta did. But I can't recall if I did. I got to look into that. In my head, for some reason, I think it's up in 2027, but I need to look into that. What about me? What did I miss? I missed something here. I heard my name. I was just saying that I think you were the only one that actually got a pass to PAX East when we saw each other in 2023. But I think you were also like, you were looking at the convention floor with Marcel. So it's a little bit different. Like the rest of us didn't really give a shit about the convention. But I think you were touring the floor with him at the time. I was supposed to see, what's A7X? Is this like another Sleepy Token? You did not get a pat. You didn't go to wasn't on the floor? Oh, you were with Cell. Okay. Did you get secret VIP treatment? After I saw that article, I was like, thank fuck I saw them a few weeks ago. I would have cried if they didn't perform. Oh, did they cancel a show? Oh, I saw Sleep Token, A7X, Breaking Benjamin, Hollywood. This is a lot of stuff. Is this like a tour, or is it just like a major show? You're all in a very happy, alternative, singy, screamy space right now. I have no idea what's going on in the chat, and I'm kind of happy for it. Is this your kitchen? This is absolutely not my kitchen. Good morning, Bensuke. How you doing, Quadzilla? How is life treating you? How did everything go yesterday? Did you have a good time? Is baby Bensuke all coiffed out real nice? Got the fresh haircut and all that good stuff? Oh, it's a music festival. Okay. I'm so stoked. My boyfriend and I are running for Barricade next year. I need Gerard in my face. I don't know what that means. We had a good time. True. So, like, you say your son is about to turn 5. So does he get like is he going to an actual like OG barber? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm assuming you go to an OG barber. But does your son still get like the race car, like, the whole shebang? Like, one of my friends, she sent me a photo of her son, and he's, what is he now? 19 months? He's 19 months. And so he got a big boy haircut. And so he goes to this barbershop, and the whole thing is like decked out, super bright colors, and all the chairs have got like, race cars and rocket ships and like all this kind of stuff. I'm like, yo, kid's got it good right now. No, we just go to the local place here. True. Oh, you kick it old school. Baby Dana, yes, Baby Dana. His name is Maverick. Her son's name is Maverick. But yeah, he got his big boy haircut. And I was like, holy jeez, look at this boy. He's growing like a weed. Like crazy. Yeah, 18 months. He's born, I want to say February 23rd, in that ballpark. I need to keep that. I'm old, you're old. I know, right? Can you imagine? It's like, I say this all the time, Kitty. Children are the benchmark for realizing that we're getting older. When you've got those folks out there that are like, their kids are about to enter preschool, or their kids are about to enter kindergarten or graduate elementary school. We got friends that are, I saw a friend of mine at a wedding 3 weeks ago. And I was like, how are things going? How's the wife? How's the kids? All this kind of stuff. And keep in mind, he is 37. All right. And he's like, my daughter is about to graduate high school. And I was like, excuse you? And I'd completely forgotten that he had a little girl when he was 19. And now his little girl is graduating high school. And I'm like, oh my God, I am just mind fucked by this entire scenario, that there are friends within our generation who have children who are graduating high school. Like, that just hurts my soul in the best ways possible, but hurts my soul. When I wake up and they see the best stream in the world is live. What is going on, Hazefleur? How are you? Good morning, my friend. Good weekend moment. Am I a child? Potentially. But I mean, as long as you're having a good time with it. Bro got hit with the reality. Yo, I was not prepared. Trust me. When I joined my team, I was the youngest person. When I told them I was 25, I actively saw them get depressed. Yep, that'll do it. I completely understand where you're coming from. Is like the next oldest person in their 30s. My oldest gets to vote the next president with me next time. That's godlike. Like, the time just like flies by. You know what I'm saying? Shirok, what is going on? How you doing? Good morning to you. Welcome on in. Always happy to see a new face coming into the chat. How's your Sunday treating you? My brother is driving now, and it makes my whole body feel old. How old are you now, Viral? 28? I want to say 28. The next oldest is 34, and you're 25 in that team? Good Lord. 26? True. Okay. And your brother, just turned... How old do you have to be to start driving? 15? I think. I'm pretty sure it's 15, right? I was chasing my G1 as soon as I turned 15. So I guess like some people wait a little bit longer. For those of you in the chat who drive, were you immediately trying to get your license, or did you it wasn't a big deal? Do some folks just never pursued their license? I'm actually curious. Operation Blueberry Pancakes complete. True. Oh, we went the blueberry route. Okay. I see you, Jim Kim. What do you like on top? Are you the pat of butter guy? Are you the maple syrup guy? Are you an Aunt Jemima man? What are we thinking? I guess technically when I started, I was 23 actually. Like you were like fresh out of school. Like right off the rip. You've got like a lot of like life priorities like really straight for somebody who's 25. I was like, when I was 25, I mean like I was at the first role within the company that I'm still at. So I guess it makes sense. Like it's like my career path had already been started, but that's still a lot to take in for 25. I was the first of my friends to get my license. It was necessary to rip the Honda Civic around and do hood rat things. There you go. There's always at least one person who is literally like the day one G1. G1 is like graduated licensing system for the heathens in the chat. I don't know how it works. How does it work in the States? Can you just like, do you just get like your, I guess it'd be like a learner's permit and then you just get your license a little bit later? Or does it work in a different system? Actually, in the States, it's probably state by state. We'll see. I immediately on my 16th birthday got my G1. Then immediately a year later when eligible G2, I kind of slacked off for the G because you get almost all the same benefits. Yeah. Except for, I mean, like the insurance drops like tremendously, right? But if you were 16, I'm guessing you were not paying your own insurance at the time. You may not be paying your own insurance now. I have no idea. I've been feeling old lately too after seeing some of the people coming to work at the company I'm at straight out of college. True. Are you in your 20s, Undead? 20s or 30s, I'm assuming. I did not have butter to pat. I did the sugar-free syrup. Sugar-free syrup? Is that a thing? That sounds almost like counterproductive. Thanks, I appreciate it. I unironically got my G1 the day after my birthday as it was on a weekend. True. So you were, we were in the same boat. I was the G1. Like I chased my license as soon as I could get it. The real battle was trying to get my dad's car on a regular basis. My mother would never give me her car, ever. But trying to secure my dad's car was a consistent battle. I'm very, very happy that I never got into any kind of like car accident or anything that would have given him a reason to say no. But the regular, like, can I borrow the car? Can I borrow the car? Can I borrow the car? Like, it just could just like eat your soul. In Nova Scotia, you got your learner's permit at 16. Then after 3 months, you could take your test for your full 3 months. Really? You can go for your G license after 3 months? That's actually insane. I would never have thought that. It's state by state, but it's usually learner's permit, then license. True. So you don't like necessarily have like a graduated system. You just go from like one to the other and then get her done. Mishi, did you say 26, 27? So like Mishi, what prompted you to get your license at 27? Was it just like one of those things where you were just like getting annoyed with it? It's like, I want to be able to drive. Where are we at here? You're 24. Okay. You're 24. Shurok. Again, welcome in. I'm from Spain, and here we can get a license to drive at 18 years old. So, like, ooh, that's a little bit older than I would have thought. So, like, you cannot begin driving until 18. Thanks. It's so hard for me to understand everything. I expect that because we have some dumbass drivers in North America. Anytime I'm in Italy, Spain, I'm in heaven when I'm driving. Really? Is the driving that much different in the EU? I saved up and had a 2010 Civic. That thing was a tank, went over 3-foot snowbanks with a Civic? Really? That is a little surprising to see that a Civic is doing that. When Dave was here last week, he remarked how Toronto is just prolific in terms of the amount of Civics that are like all over the road. I've pretty much only driven, me personally, I only drive Nissan, but my father's car, he drove a Chevy. He had a Malibu, and all my parents swore off American cars because that thing was constantly in the mechanic shop for one thing or another. He bought me lessons with a big angry Ukrainian man so I could look for work that wasn't right downtown. I'd just been taking the train my whole life. Holy moly. I mean, like, Mittens got the right idea, but then it's kind of funny how that works out, right? Because then you became, like, you know, long distance binder queen because you had your license and you were in Queens doing 2-hour commutes each way for like a year. Was it a year? That kind of like flew by. What do we got here? Kitty is taking care of Shirok. We'd love to see it. Thank you very much, everybody. Here too, every second vehicle is either a Civic or an F-150. That's actually a pretty big jump between sets of vehicles. I noticed a lot of SUVs on the road. I had a 2002 Nissan Sentra, aka Petey. My mother, Cortez, has had a Nissan Sentra in one way or another for the last 30 years. She swears by it. She swears by the Sentra. Like, typically she gets a new car once every 10 years or so. I think she's kind of done driving now. Her car's been parked pretty much for quite some time. But she swears by it. And yeah, she's super loyal. And the thing is, like, she's never had a reason not to be because all of her cars have treated her well. Aside from, I don't think she's ever had a major repair issue in any of her 3 cars. Regular maintenance, a little bitching and moaning about, you know, when you got to get your rotors done and stuff like that. But otherwise, she's never had a major problem. I didn't have any major issues with... I had an Altima for 10 years. 9 years. 10 years. No, I had an Altima for 10 years and never a major problem. The only reason they gave up my car is because my insurance skyrocketed based off a speeding ticket. And I was just like, I already walked to work. I don't need this. And so I just gave it up. But yeah, Nissan has always treated me well. Whenever I rent, I put as a preference that I would prefer an SUV and a Nissan. And, you know, they typically give me like a Pathfinder or like a, what is it, a Monroe or like anything along those lines. Nagatobi Speed and Cortez. I was coming back from a tournament. This is in 2010. I was coming back from I was coming back from East Coast Championships in 2009. And I was doing, what would be the equivalent? I was doing 110 miles an hour through, I guess it's like upstate New York. And I was just like, okay. I put it at 110. This is miles per hour, not kilometers. And I put it in 110 and I just cruised for hours, just hours and hours and hours. And all of a sudden, a state trooper pulled me over, probably right around Syracuse. I get pulled over. I got slapped with a $460 ticket. And I was like, okay, you know what? That's fine. You know, you lose your points and a $460 ticket. But what I didn't think about was after I paid the ticket, when my insurance came up the next year, my insurance went from $110 Canadian per month to $336 per month. And I said, oh no, that's not happening. And I gave up my car just instantly. I was canceled, immediately canceled. I was just like, we're done here. And so I was like, all right, that's fine. That's justice. I was already walking to work, so I didn't really care. But it was a situation where I was just like, you know what? We're not going through that. I cannot afford to be dumping off $336 a month for a car that I don't drive. So we're just going to call a spade, and call it, you know, that's penance for driving poorly, and call it a day. My grandfather was all Toyota. He wasn't too impressed when I bought my Ford. Oh, you bought American, really? I thought you said you drive. Oh no, you drove a Civic when you first got your car. Okay. To be fair, I just panic behind the wheel unless it's nighttime. I'm in my prime during nighttime. Really? I'm assuming that you do not have. What's that condition where like everything looks like weird light streaks? That's definitely one of the benefits after I got my eye surgery, was realizing that I no longer, the lights on the road are not supposed to like be this wide. You know what I'm saying? How's it going, sexy man? Yo, Bear Nix, what's going on? Welcome on in. Good morning to you. What time is it for you? Noon? I'm guessing it's either 11:30 or noon. Welcome on in. How's your Sunday morning treating you? I do miss my Civic though. You could drive them until the engine gave out and it'd still go another 50,000. Yo, that was one of the things that I missed about my Altima. I didn't have much on it. I had 110,000 kilometers over 10 years. So like I was not putting a ton of mileage on my car. And you know, what are you going to do, right? Kill Guy Canada, what is going on? Good morning to you. The show went well last night. Didn't wrestle, but just getting my name out there. Did you get a chance to talk with the booker, with the owner? Or I guess promoter in this case, right? Because it's an indie, so it'd be an indie promoter. What do we got here? Yep, I can relate, but I didn't give up the car. Yo, speed racer over here, right? Our insurance is only $120, and that's with both of us in there. You know what? You know what, Kitty? I don't know why do girls get away with insurance murder? All right. Every time I talk to, you know, a lovely lady about their car insurance, it's like, oh yeah, I pay a loaf of bread to my insurance company every month, and my husband pays $129.99. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. I hope the bread's delicious. I hope the insurance company gets delicious bread instead of money. You know, like it's just okay. Oh my gosh. What do we got here? But were you driving poorly? Nobody else on the road, and it was fine for hours, sounds like. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Like, I don't know how many people have driven through upstate New York before. I tend to refer to upstate New York and the northern part of Pennsylvania, like the state itself, as the Shire. It's kind of weird because like when people think of New York, they either think of like the top of like upstate New, not the top, like what am I thinking? Like think Buffalo, okay, on like one side, and then they think of New York and they think of like New York City, you know, Manhattan, whatever you want to call it, and everything else in between they don't really consider. But like New York's it's a pretty decent sized state. It's a lot of greenery, like a significant amount of greenery. And for anybody who's ever, done the trip from Southern Ontario into New York, you spend a lot of it also in Pennsylvania. Same thing. So much greenery. Like you're just on these roads that might be 2 lanes. In many cases, it's just like 1 lane, like going each way. And you can just see rolling hills, constant rolling hills for the entire, not the entire trip, but like a significant amount, probably 6 or 7 of the 10-hour trip from Southern Ontario to New York City. And yeah, you can just, if there's not a lot of cars on the road, you can really push it, and like I said, I was probably doing 100, like whatever it was, like 110 like miles an hour for about 3 hours before the trooper pulled us over. I'm just like, you're just cruising along, literally cruising along. But hey, what are you gonna do? Car insurance is insane. Mine was double down in Florida compared to other states. I was paying $1,000 every 6 months. So like $150 a month then, around there. It's like $185 a month. That is, wait a minute, do you only pay every 6 months or do you pay monthly, Quadzilla? You have astigmatism and you do not feel anxiety while driving on the road? What is happening right now, Kitty? Now it's only $500-ish for 6 months. Ooh, that's a really good rate. That's actually kind of bonkers, to be honest with you. What is that, like $75 a month? What is that? 6 7's 42, 6 5's 3. No, that's $450. That's like 80? 81? 6 8's 48. No, that's too high. It's somewhere in between. It's like 77.50, I think. Anyway, that's weird math. Man, I just missed going 150. What? On the AS in Italy and being considered slow. Really? They do kilometers there, right? You're not doing 150 miles an hour. You're doing kilometers there. It's 12 p.m. on your side of the country. What was for breakfast, Bear Nicks? What was everybody's breakfast this morning? Did we all eat delicious things? Did everybody get on board with Jim Kim's blueberry pancake, extravaganza? I think I saw Serendipity say that she was making French toast. Or were you recommending French toast to Jim? Is that what that was? There are less people that I don't trust, and that's only when I have to drive. True, because like Son does, you do Passenger Princess, yeah, exactly, more than anything else. The only time you don't is when Son is not behaving. Did chat for a while as I knew them a long time ago. True, nice, glad to hear it. Do you feel there's an opportunity for you, Kilt Guy, to get some in-ring experience? I'm assuming they run monthly or every 6 weeks or so. Is there an opportunity for you there? How many crashes have you had, Mishu? What's going on here? Where's all these crashes from? I don't know how people with DUIs afford insurance down here. I really can't fathom it. I don't know. I mean, like, some people, you find a way to do it because, like, you need to be able to drive to work. I can't believe the amount of places, like, public transit is so important. Like, it blows my mind when people are just like, how do you know how to own a car? And it's like, I don't know. It's like, at the time, I'd be like, oh, I walk to work. It's like, I can't believe you're able to walk to work. Like, doesn't everybody need to drive to work? And it's like, no, don't. You really great bus systems. And like, if you're in Toronto, you have a great subway system and, you know, streetcars and buses and like all this kind of stuff. Like, you just don't need it. Gonna make a big breakfast. Sounds good, Haze Flare. We'll talk to you later, buddy. 120 for, I know 120 for both of you. I'm gonna fight you, kitty. See, I kind of find that dumb that you got punished so heavily because on paper it sounds bad, but you weren't a danger to anybody else. I mean, like, I could have been a danger to somebody else. I could have exploded in upstate New York Moose going that fast and then killed myself instead of being able to brake if I was doing 65, like I should have been, right? That's the trade-off right there. I had oatmeal with chia seeds. Am I pronouncing that right? Chia seeds. I'm trying to look good. It's horrible. Girl, you look good all the time. What are you even talking about right now? Do you have a Halloween costume idea? I don't know if you actually took the idea I sent you seriously or not. But if you have a different Halloween costume idea, is something at the forefront? The craziest places I've driven was Tokyo highways under the city. Ooh, okay. The exits were like 20 minutes between exits, and I missed exits like crazy. The next place was Cairo, Egypt. I've not heard good things about Cairo, to be honest with you. Literally the scariest place ever to drive, vehicles within inches of each other on the road. Yeah, I've heard some pretty awful things about Cairo in general. There is roughly every 6 weeks. There is roughly every 6 weeks, and if I can pair it with another promotion outside the city, I can be roughly 1 to 2 shows per month, which is the goal. True. So are you just like looking to get like more reps more than anything else? Like, obviously you've worked so much on your physical fitness over the last little while, Kill Guy. Are you just like looking to test like your limits now that that your cardio is like so much better? I want to check something, chat. Just bear with me a second. Can I do this and like make it work? No, I can't. That kind of sucks. I want to find a more central way to, there we go, to see the chat, but it's like driving me crazy. It's making me crazy. Let me check something on this side. Maybe I can do it from here. Let's see. No, I don't want to do that. Just bear with me, folks. Give me a quick second. I want to see if I can do a pop out of the stream so that I can just put it right smack in the middle and it doesn't look like I'm looking off all the time. But for some reason, there you are. Oh, we can make this work. Okay. The next person who chats, hopefully it'll show up and then we can go forward from there. We're going to wait for the next person to say something, and then we go. And there it is. Oh, it's going to work out. Okay, perfect. This should work out a lot better across the board. Good morning, gamers and Tia Kitty. What is going on, Blank? How you doing? Good morning to you. Did you make Platinum yesterday, sir? Had a chance to watch you, Grayskullology, and AIM for a little while, and it looks like you were having a pretty good time. Okay. I'm going to get caught up here, and then I can get caught up on the big chat. Got to go back to work later. Thank you very much for coming through, Cortez. Always happy to see you, Godmod. Have a great rest of your shift, buddy. Okay, we got you. I usually eat a slice of bread with oil for breakfast and an orange juice. You just described something. So a friend in the channel, Loretta, Louisiana, just got back from a trip to the EU. And she was in Spain for a while, and she noted there is a lot of bread, cheese, meat, and oil in every meal that she eats down there. Would you be inclined to agree, Shirok? A lot of bread, meat, cheese, and oil in your life. Bread and oil for breakfast is not really something you would see in North America, at least not in like the strictest sense. So it actually puts a smile on my face to see that description immediately. And so what I do is I put in bread in the freezer, and when I need it, I give it 1 to 2 slices of bread. Later, I toast it before I eat it, obviously. Huh. So you always keep it in the freezer. Like, do you slice it beforehand? It's because it's fresh bread. I've never heard of bread in the freezer. Fresh bread in the freezer does not strike me as something I would typically see, but hey, when in Spain, apparently, right? Make the most of it. Okay, now I can do it this way. I think this works out. And that way, it looks like I'm actually, well, technically I am looking at the camera, but when I'm reading, because I've got the glasses on, I can at least... This is weird, stupid shit. Nobody gives a shit. Oh, so Jim Kim. Ooh, I don't think Jim's still here. As a Bell employee, do you get the chance to use that Perplexity Pro for a year? Yes, I do. I think he asked that ages ago, and I missed it in the big chat. But if Jim is still here, that is exactly what we got access to it a while ago. I don't use it because there's like 6 trillion AI models at this point, and I'm like, I don't really need this. But yes, we do have full Perplexity use. My department actually does like a lot of work in like feeding Perplexity, so I have been up to speed on Perplexity for quite some time. These are fresh baked bread, but I do that because I don't want to buy bread every morning. I would buy bread every morning if I could. I mean, like, clearly I spend too much time eating bread, but it's like one of these situations where if my bakery is just far enough that I don't go there on a regular basis. If my bakery was any closer, like if it was like a 5-minute walk instead of I think it works out to like 12 minutes or so. If my bakery was any closer, I would be in horrible trouble. Because like that place is so good and they just do amazing work like right across the board, and I would just be buying focaccia every day. I would buy focaccia every day. I would buy sourdough every day. I would buy, they've got all these kind of like rosemary infused things. Like there's like so much going on in my bakery, and I'm just like I can't have you any closer. Like I absolutely cannot have you any closer. Like it's going to drive me nuts. So I'm just like, stay away. You stay as far away as you need to stay, and I will be fine with that. Everybody will be happy, and my gut will not be happy because my gut wants more fresh bread. But it's for the best. Welcome in from the Bicycle of Pain, Loretta. What is going on? You know it's illegal for there to be a bakery in any village in... Wait, what? I'm sorry. It's illegal for there not to be... Oh, it's illegal for there not to be a bakery in any village in France. So, like, wait a minute. If you want to establish a new village or a new township, is the bakery the first thing that has to go in? Is that what we're talking about right now? I guess I haven't considered the fact that I live with a tank as a husband and he eats everything. I mean, it's good that way, right, Kitty? He is the truest of garbage disposal. I put my bread in the freezer because I get the ones from Costco and I don't eat bread that often. I would eat bread every day. Like, I mean, like, I don't technically eat bread every day, but I would eat bread every day, like without even thinking about it. Like, and again, like if my bakery was closer, it would be disastrous, like absolutely disastrous. Because I would just walk in there every morning and I would just buy. And the thing is, like, it's not like they make small bread, right? Like I will buy, if I go in there, I will buy 2 sourdough loaves. And I'm like, okay, cool. Sourdough, that's great. I'm going to go home and I'm going to cut off a couple slices of sourdough and I'm going to make myself a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. And so I will cut the slices of bread for the bacon, egg, and cheese. And I will throw them in, if it's really fresh, I won't throw it in the toaster. If it's not, they came out 3 or 4 hours ago, I'll throw them in the toaster for a quick little crisp off. But I'll throw it in the toaster and I'll be like, oh man, look at this amazing bread that's still in front of my face. Maybe I will slice off another piece of bread, and oh look, there's butter, and then I will throw butter on it, and then all of a sudden I'm eating a third slice of bread, or potentially 4 slices of bread. And this is why, like, the 2 loaves that in my mind I'm like, hey, this one's gonna last me for a week or whatever. Typically if I buy 2 loaves of bread, I think it's gonna last me a week. I can go through the 2 loaves legitimately in 2 days. If I'm on like a weird like gluttonous fuck streak, then I can go through both of them in a day. You know, like, it's just, bread is just, my mother used to say all the time, bread is your enemy. And because I'm just like consumed by it. And there's just so many delicious types out there. And so it just has to stay away. If I buy some like garbage ass, you know, Wonder Bread, then it's like whatever. I could eat like a slice of Wonder Bread a day and like life would go on. But if there's legitimately like real bread being cooked, like there's a cafe that's a half block from my apartment. If they ever start baking bread, I will die. Like, it's just gonna be over. Oh my gosh. Is that a view counter in the top right? It is. It's built. So what you're seeing right now, Blank, is the triple chat. And so the triple chat will show me at any given time who is, that's actually a new feature. I don't necessarily know if I want to put that in the actual stream itself for like everybody to see. But I mean, like if you're here on Twitch, the view count's there. I don't hide view counts or any of that kind of shit. But if you are the streamer, this is super helpful, you know, to know that like who's where at like any given time. And like when you look at like something like TikTok, everybody that's watching on TikTok, good morning to you. Hopefully you're having a great day. I see you. You know, I know there's a lot of people on TikTok who, you know, they see like a Twitch streamer and they feel like they get neglected. They don't, you know, they're not talking to them, anything along those lines. I went through a lot of work to ensure that the chat experience is pretty much universal across the board. And I always happy to see friends from TikTok, friends from YouTube, anything along those lines. So welcome on in. Hopefully you're having a great Sunday. But it comes in super handy, Blank. Just like see what's going on. Then, you know, I like being up to speed on things. I know there's a lot of streamers out there who feel a sense of anxiety when they see their view counts or their chat numbers or like all that kind of stuff. And I'm a very big believer that you can evolve as a creator if you understand things like the timing of when people like to come in, when people like to pop out. Do you need to make changes on when you want to start your stream? Like today was like, I told people typically come through here at 11. I told people I would start at 10. I ended up starting this stream at 9, right? And so I had no idea if anybody would pop in. I was kind of in the spot where I thought to myself, it's like, if I'm going to end up talking to myself, I can do that. If I even have one person here to get the ball rolling, I can handle that. And I was lucky because Undead came through here like right off the rip, and we were just like shooting the shit. And you got like just enough people. Serendipity was up at like just after 9, and we had just enough people to get the ball rolling. And I enjoy doing these, you know. And I don't know what that means for the future of this channel, but I enjoy being able to kick back, relax, and talk with everybody, and just like have a conversation, you know. And it's not what everybody's used to. I think there's going to be a period of time where I have to like face the music in terms of this channel was built on the back of others, in the sense that, like, you know, we always have friends come through and we're like, hey, we're looking to play fighting games together. Hey, we're looking to play Overwatch together. Hey, we're looking to play Rivals together. And when you create a culture that is built on people coming in only because they can play with you, it's really difficult for everybody else to get on board with the idea of just coming in to hang out and chat. And that's a reality that I have to face, because I think that if I want to go down this path, and I find that, like I said, I find this path very, very comfortable. I love just like talking with people and talking with my friends and getting to know people. You know, we have a new friend here coming in from Spain. I enjoy doing this more than anything else. I don't feel any stress. The only time I really feel stress is if like a chat dies, like completely dies. And then you are in a position where it's like, okay, can you hold a conversation with yourself? Can you have a discussion essentially with yourself until someone may or may not pop in? And like that's the real challenge of the whole like just chatting thing. I think like a lot of people. I was just there. It's funny, Loretta. So Shurok is the newest person that came into the channel. They popped in earlier, and I asked what was for breakfast, and it put such a smile on my face because Shurok answered, "I had fresh bread in oil," and immediately I thought of you because of the conversation that we had earlier, and I was like, this hits to a T. This is exactly what Loretta was just discussing a little while ago. Yeah, that makes sense. But if you're burnt out off a game, it's a good way to reset. Yeah, I think that like I don't think I'm burnt out on Rivals. I think I was definitely burnt out on. I didn't like the format that we were in coming down the stretch. And I think the root of it was probably, and we discussed this earlier when we asked football to make a Smurf. I think the root of it was being put into matches that were above our pay grade. And once we were in those matches, the enjoyment factor of Rivals was beginning to get. It just fell off. Like the return just was not worth the while. We were either getting stomped, and the thing is, like, when I looked at like my win loss, and it's quick match. Like at the end of the day, it's irrelevant. But your win loss, like we were winning. Like in those, to put things in perspective, okay. Let's say our crew. Let's say it's like me, you, Logan, Mototeki, football, and then fill in the blank. Like whatever. Our win loss ratios were like we were winning 15% of our games. Like we were pretty much winning 1 in every 6 games. And that's not fun. You know, it's fun to play with your friends. It's fun to be challenged, but winning 1 in 6? No. You know, and like it kind of like eats you up because like for me as the person in front of the camera, I can't just be like, you know, we're 45 minutes into the stream. We just got our asses kicked for the 5th straight time in the row. They're like everybody else can go, you know, I'm going to take a break and bounce. I don't have that luxury. You know, I'm kind of just like in that pattern of being locked in and being like, okay, tough it out. People bounce, you know, whatever else. And I'm still playing through and tilted, you know? So it's like after a while, like coming into the end of August, I was in a pretty negative space. As it concerned Rivals. And Skill Mamu, good morning to you, my friend. How you doing? Welcome on in. I was in a pretty negative space concerning Rivals, and then the balance patch notes came out for season 4, and I saw that Black Panther got a buff, and I was like, you know what? I don't need to play this. Like, I really don't need to play this right now. And so like I didn't touch the game for weeks. I don't think I touched Rivals for like 3 weeks. And then only 2 days ago was the first time I started playing it again. Give me a sec. So it's just like one of those things where I was just like, Black Panther is not played as he used to be. So I understand like the meta is like constantly evolving, and Black Panther is not getting played because Hulk is regularly not getting played because ranked bans Hulk. So like there's the chain effect obviously towards Namor and towards Black Panther. So the pick rate is dropping off as a result of it, and that's fine. Like this isn't necessarily a Black Panther specific problem, though. If you were to ask me who the face of the problem is, I would say Black Panther is that face. But it's just like endemic of a lot of the issues that I had with the game as a whole. And so, and like I said, like at the end of the day, I want to have a good time. And I felt the foundation of why I was not having a good time is that we were consistently being thrown into lobbies that are so above our skill level that you can't necessarily learn from that experience, even if you want to take it from an entirely fun but educational perspective, because we all are competitive. We're not top 500, we're not Celestial, we're not Eternity. Most of us are not even Grandmaster, but you still want to have like a learning experience and enjoy the the process. You know what I mean? Like I have no doubt that this crew at any given time could be taking on plat and diamond lobbies, no problem. It would be difficult, but doable. But when we're getting stomped and then like Logan does his like post-match analysis and he's like, yeah, there's 3 Celestials in this crew and this other guy peaked Eternity. You're just like, okay, like I'll go fuck myself. You know, like there's nothing I can do in that situation. Like, what am I doing here? So like that right there, it absolutely put the brakes on my enjoyment, not just of the game, but of streaming as a whole. Because like more often than not, Loretta, I see what you wrote. I know I'm on a tangent, just bear with me. More often than not, the game that I'm playing at any given time, because I play so few games, is the game that's linked directly to what I am doing on stream. So like if I'm having a great time playing Rivals, I will have a great time on stream. If I am not, it will be indicated on this stream. And that's not a win for anybody, you know? So I'm just like, take a step. You know, we're going to back out. I lucked out in the sense that because my September was so socially busy anyway, it was an easy out. I'm just like, hey, I've got a lot of stuff going on. I'm not going to be streaming. This is not going to be an issue. I will see you guys soon. And there were pocket days where I absolutely could have streamed. But I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to take the time away. And for me, it was good. It was very good. I was off for, essentially 3.5 weeks from streaming. And I feel like I came out of yesterday's stream so happy. Like so happy because I got to do exactly what I wanted. There was no sense of work yesterday. All we did was shoot the shit and have a good time. And it's a lot like today. Like today is like a little bit more relaxed because like I wanted to adjust the format a little bit. I'm not like I typically might be. Like I'm just here talking with my friends, and it's weird to think about. Talking with my friends may not be everybody's cup of tea, but it puts me at ease, and I get like the best benefit of it being able to talk with the people that I actually care about. There's going to be some people that I'm just going to end up playing with off stream more than anything else. If I do play on stream, that's great. But there's just going to be a lot more folks that I'm going to have to take the time to focus on securing their time and be like, blank, what are you up to? Do you want to play Rivals? And like, if you're free, that's great. And if you're not, it's unfortunate, but like, I want to find like a better balance because at the end of the day, I really enjoy streaming. I don't want to just quit streaming. Every so often, every streamer is just like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just not going to do this anymore. But I don't want to do that because I enjoy it so much. It's just a matter of finding something that is both enjoyable and sustainable. And Lord knows I haven't shut the fuck up in 45 years. So evidently, just chatting may be what I'm looking for. Where are we here? Where did Loretta go? Oh my God, oily bread, oily meat, oily cheese. It's why I'm on the bicycle of pain right now. Like, I totally get where you're coming from. I totally get it. Because it's like, could you live there? That's the question, right? Could you live there, Loretta? In that environment? Like, is it just a matter of because you're on vacation, what you're enjoying and what you're imbibing is within like the construct of vacation, or do you feel that's like an indication of the overall lifestyle, and do you feel you could get used to it? Yo, my man Charmin Ultrasoft, what is going on, sir? Good morning to you. How is life treating you? How was work yesterday? You came in just long enough to say your brother is getting you, and you were gone again. So how did work treat you? Me and Mitten realized that we can't win if we play a 2-stack, and now we're like, oh, well, I guess. Yeah, so are you still... I know you're still playing Rivals, Mishu. Is Mitten still playing? Also, I saw that you picked up RimWorld. Are you enjoying it? Oh, no, the model kitchen? What is going on? Grace Gulligy, good morning to you, my friend. Happy Sunday to you. Good morning to the Sorceress if she's within earshot. Always happy to see you in the chat. How are we doing? I got a chance to see you, Blank, and Aim putting in the work yesterday. You're looking very strong, sir. I saw that Aim had asked you, he's just like, how come you're not playing more often? How come you weren't playing in the past? And you're saying that ranked made you sad. And I was just like, I can understand that perspective. You know what I mean? But I think at the end of the day, Grace, I hope you had a great time yesterday. Playing with your friends makes all the difference, buddy. All the difference. And you should always know, you're always welcome to play with us, man. Like even if you're looking for, ranked folks, I don't play a ton of ranked all the time, but like Blank plays and Logan plays and Charmin plays and all sorts of stuff. There's always people that are able to play with you, buddy. So like never feel that you should have to do ranked solo. There's always people to play with, and there's always people to have a good time with. I play to get my daily rewards, and that's it, because we can't play comp together or we get wrecked. It puts 2 stacks with 4 stacks. Yeah, that's understandable. That is perfectly understandable. I like RimWorld. I play it in peaceful mode. Mitten still plays comp. It gets angry after 6 to 7 games. Yeah, like that's typically the thing that I try to avoid. Like if you're really getting upset with games, then like it's just long term. It's just like so not good for you. Are you finding like RimWorld to be like? It's odd to say considering like the nature of that game, but is it like your cozy game right now, Mishu? I'm good. I just about to eat breakfast, and how goes it? And work was just boring as usual. True, I hear you on that. What's on the breakfast menu, Ultrasoft? Do you got the good? Do you do like the big Sunday breakfast, or do you have something else in mind? Yeah, comp made me sad. Also, when I look in, get sweaty. Oh, when I lock in, get sweaty. It really hits me in the insides. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Games are supposed to be something that we enjoy, not necessarily something that's work, right? But if you found a happy place yesterday, I mean, like, how do you not find a happy place playing with AIM, right? He is the living cocaine. That is AIM. He is the fun times all the time. And then Blank's there for the carry, right? If you need, it's good to have the Blank carry as he goes off for 112 and 3. And you're just like, oh man, good thing that we had Blank's Moon Knight here and just ruining people's lives. Like it makes life a lot easier when Blank is in carry mode. So we take those wherever we can. Yeah, it's my cozy game. I have a mod that makes all the people mice. It's my mice game. So wait a minute, do you play it on mobile, Mishu, or are you playing it on your laptop? And when the cats see that you have mice on the screen, do they freak out? We won 8 of 9 and got them to plat, and I went from 0 to silver. Yeah, we take those, right? Bronze 3 to silver, we absolutely take those, Grayskull. Good on you, buddy. Really, really glad to see that. So, Blank and AIM made it all the way up to platinum. That's awesome. That's the good. I think that AIM is most likely going to be trying to push for diamond this year. I don't think he made diamond. I think he got hard stuck right around plat 2. Like he hit plat 2 and then he would drop, and then he was floating anywhere between like gold 1 and plat 2. Oh, we got diamond then, but like if he hit diamond and then like he dropped pretty big then, didn't he? He was going through like a lot of like up and down. I guess that's the nature of rank though. A lot of it just depends on what's going on. I mean, like you gotta see if Charmin Ultra Throw is in there, or if it's gonna be Charmin Ultra Carry on another day. Like you can never quite tell, chat. So you got to see if he's in the right mood to be doing stuff. If everybody kind of just like locks in and then goes from there. Whoa, don't hit okay now. I gave you props and I humbled you all in one sentence. Okay, just gotta take it in stride and you go forward from there. That was playing. You were playing with the lovely Miss Tazzy. Oh, you got to play with. Okay, I understand what you're saying there. Yeah, Tazzy is a gem. We love Tazzy up in here. If you were here in the very early part of the stream, then you may have saw that Koala was here. And I had met Koala through Debbie Hales, who also introduced me to AIM, who introduced me to Miss Tazzy. It's always interesting to see the like connective tissue of the different communities, because like I don't raid a very large pocket of creators, right? I try to be in a spot where I pretty much raid AIM, Soma, Dennis, Dave. The God mod, if I come across the God mod, I will always raid the God mod. but it's very, very few and far between that I do an evening stream, so I don't get to raid the God mod. Everybody else are essentially day streamers, and I only get to raid those 4 people. But like it's one of those spots. And Nixia, I didn't get to raid Nixia. We shouted out Nixia yesterday. I think Nixia is fantastic. In my heart of hearts, I would very much. I know that a lot of people, I'm just like, oh, we're gonna go raid whoever, and they bounce. They immediately bounce. That's your choice. That's entirely fine. I feel that coming through on a raid and being genuinely open to experiencing another person's community can be very fulfilling. And I think that creating that connective tissue across the platform is really, really important for people to enjoy this place as a whole. Because like if you're a person who's just like, I only watch the Godlock, as much as that feeds my ego to an extraordinary degree, and as many people know, I need my ego fueled on a regular basis. But as gratifying as that is, it also makes me unbelievably happy that I can go into, Soma's channel and see people. I can go into Aim's channel, Tazzy's channel, Debbie's channel, Nix's channel, whoever else. I like being able to see my friends wherever I go, and I like being able to know that those friends are having a good time with somebody that I left them with, But I think a lot of people they see Twitch as a very confined path. And I think they're missing out on like what makes the platform great, because like I feel that a lot of times they may have been open to hanging out in a different channel at one point in time. Like it falls into the I already have friends, why do I need to make new friends? And that's fine. That's everybody's choice and that's their business, and more power to you. But I think they're leaving a lot of value on the table as it concerns like really good people all over the place, Surprised that you're not watching the Steelers game. Or are they the morning game? I'm quitting Twitch. I'm going to go watch football. I'm not doing that. It's fine. Who are they playing right now? I didn't realize that they were the morning game. Good morning, Ubo. How are you, sir? Oh, they're playing the Vikings in Dublin right now. Okay. What's the score? They would have started at like 9 a.m. around there. Maybe 8 a.m. actually. Maybe super early if they're playing in Dublin, Ireland. 14-6 Steelers. We take those. Okay, we take those. How are you, sir? Did you finish? Did you start JJK 0? Or are you just done season 1 of JJK and looking to dive in to like the next set of variables? And have you decided if you're going to do the hidden inventory arc before JJK 0, or if you're just going to watch it in the order that they produced it? If I were to rewatch that series, I would probably be treating it differently. I would probably watch it in season 1 to hidden inventory to JJK 0 to Shibuya Incident and go from there. I may do a rewatch before the culling game starts in January. I'm halfway through Ghetto whooped Maki's butt. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, JJK is such a good anime. But might be my favorite anime all time. I got to think about that. The more anime that I watch is the more that I go, oh, this new thing is my favorite. This new thing is my favorite. And I kind of feel bad sometimes for people who don't watch anime, in the sense of like, if you consume media, but you first run media, whatever you want to call it, scripted media, anything along those lines. I think that a lot of people are dismissive of anime because it's cartoons. Like you grew up in a situation where you're just like, yep, cartoons were just like part of my childhood. And it's like they see people who enjoy anime in their adulthood, whether young adulthood or, whatever you want to call it, midlife adulthood. And I'm just like, oh, like some stuff is just so unbelievably rewarding in terms of just like what you're consuming, whether it's good writing, whether it's good action, whether it's good drama, whether like anything along those lines, and I tend to be, it's just a different medium of storytelling. That's exactly it, and I think that like some people, I think if they were a little bit more open, like across the board, I think that a lot of folks would be opened up to a lot of extraordinary storytelling. Like I just wrapped up Lord of Mysteries. I thought that was stellar. I Lord of Mysteries and To Be Hero X were like the last two major shows that I've watched. I just started on Apothecary Diaries, and from what I understand, I won't really grasp, because it's like Apothecary Diaries is kind of just like, it's a mystery more than anything else, and so I won't grasp like the fulfilling aspect of it because for quite some time, because like if you've ever watched like a murder mystery show or like anything along those lines, or a movie or anything like that, the reward is in paying attention to the details, and then you're formulating hypotheses as to what could or could be coming down the pipe, and then the reward is whether or not you were correct in your assumption. Maybe you were correct, maybe you weren't correct, maybe it evolved your hypotheses and then you're looking into something a little bit later. So all these things need to like come into the forefront. I love me some Mao Mao. I will, once I'm not in the what I would call the shredding phase yet, Kitty. There will be a point in time where I have no doubt where all of a sudden I will have watched 8 episodes in a row, and then like your phone's just gonna get lit up as I'm just like, I knew it, or it's like, I thought this the whole time, or like whatever else, and then like at that point in time it'll be like so much like better for like the both of us. Apothecary Diaries is on the list. You got to do it to it, buddy. We could be watching it together. I'm far down the anime rabbit hole. First is anime, then manga, then manhwa, and soon enough light novels. I mean, like, what have you been watching lately? Blank, because I never see you in the anime channel in the Discord, so I didn't even realize that you watch it. I think there's a lot of people in the Discord who probably watch anime who either are not aware of that channel or just decide not to discuss it, which is fine. Everybody's choice is their own. But I would encourage people to, like, it's a good time in there. I would say there's probably a rotating group of 8 of us who are active in there, and I would say like just knowing the people, especially like the regulars in our community, there's probably about 25 to 30 people who are watching various anime at any given time, and like it would make me really happy if more folks took an active participation in the channel to encourage others to watch other stuff. I picked up Apothecary Diaries and that was pretty good, but haven't seen anything too recently. True. I have a ton of recommendations. I don't know what type of anime or donghua or manhwa that you enjoy. But if you were like looking for suggestions, most of mine would be based in shonen, but there's other folks that would have a more like diverse taste. I watch basically everything. Did you watch Jujutsu Kaisen, Blank? Did you ever get around to watching that series? You can go super old school and go with Saint Seiya. Wow. I haven't seen that name in a dog's age. Like there's so much out there. I feel recently, what would be the new gen big 3 anime? New gen big 3? Speaking of anime, Kyrophon coming on in here on the 85-month resub. What is going on? The Shadowverse master himself coming on through here with the continued support. Good morning, my friend. How are you? Or in your case, good afternoon, my friend. How are you? How is life treating you, sir? Welcome on in. New gen big 3. I mean, so we are establishing that the previous gen big 3 is what? Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece. Is that my understanding? Can we all lock in on that particular aspect of things? You haven't played in a month? Really? What have you been playing? 2XKO taking all the time? True. Oh, you're willing to put in the work. You're willing to put in the work. Yeah, the new gen big 3 is Bleach, Naruto, One Piece, Kitty. Bleach is on my list, but it's a little daunting. I'm never going to watch One Piece. I already know that. It's just too big. Even like condensed versions of One Piece, or it's too big. I'm never gonna watch it. Same with Naruto. Naruto is just too big. There's too many episodes. Bleach is like right on the cusp, so it's a little bit different for me, in the sense of like I might be willing to watch that. It's about 500 episodes if you're counting all the like sidebar stuff, but that's a stretch. I typically tap out on a show because all the anime that I watch has been binged, except for, I mean, like Kaiju number 8, I just wrapped up because summer anime is just wrapped up now. So I watched Kaiju number 8 weekly. I think that's the first time I've watched a weekly show aside from that and Solo Leveling. Solo Leveling I watched weekly, season 2, and I watched Kaiju number 8 weekly. And now the anime that I'm going to be watching, a lot of it's going to be coming weekly, but obviously Apothecary Diaries is going to be a binge. And then by the time I'm done that, I mean, like, I'll be done way before January. There's a bunch of anime coming out in January that I'm going to be watching. Free Run Season 3 I'll be watching. Jujutsu Kaisen Season 3 I'll be watching. There's something else in the mix. There's like 3 things in January that I'm going to be watching on a weekly basis. And so, like, I'm going to see how I feel about that at that point in time. I played ranked duos with Eva today. Really? How did it go? You two you're actually like... Wait a minute, is your... You played with... Oh, yeah, because you're using my account. I was about to say, are you playing with Eva? But like, because do they have, are there no regional shards with 2XKO, or are there regional shards but you're using my account, which is US based? What's my favorite anime? It's JJK. JJK is my favorite anime. I feel that, and I'm not going to get into like spoilers for it, but I feel that season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen, I haven't come across any other anime that sent me on a legitimate emotional roller coaster than season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen. Like, there were moments where I almost lost my laptop because I jumped out of my seat. There are two points where I was so enveloped in what I was seeing that I jumped out of my chair. And so that is like, he's lying. It's clearly going to be Apothecary Diaries. We'll see. You know what I mean? Like, when I look at it, I haven't had anything that's created such a visceral reaction since JJK. There's like moments of other stuff that I'm just like, this is really cool. Especially like 2 weeks ago, or not 2 weeks ago, because I just wrapped it up. Sakamoto Days, I binged very, very quickly. And there is an episode of Sakamoto Days that brought me so much like action movie joy. And there's a character, his name is Mr. Takamura, and there's an episode he basically just gets to shine. He's got about 3 total minutes of a 20-minute episode, and he's so unbelievably great in those 3 minutes. It just put the biggest smile on my face. And like, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, where I'm just like, hey, you know, maintain speed. Is there anybody on YouTube having issues right now? I got an error message from YouTube. I was just curious if anybody is getting the same problem. But I cannot tell if the stream is up or not. Let's have a look, because apparently it's on the struggle bus. Uh-oh. We're going to see here. Give me a sec. It's a little behind. Okay. I'm going to let it rock. It's not getting the 3-second turnover that I would typically prefer, but it's not like end of the world bad. Where are we here? Where did you go? There we go. I'm still here. It's still up, but I think the turnover time, Kitty, is probably a lot longer than it was. YouTube has the benefit of being like, the turnover when everything's working on YouTube is actually less than Twitch. It's like 2.5 seconds. Like, it's absurd. But the flip side of it is when the ingest is like not working as well as it could be. It could be as long as 20 seconds. Watch Bon Appetit, Your Majesty. It's not anime, but it's got me on my toes. I don't think I'm going to be watching that. I saw the banners for it. It's regularly getting advertised in like the banner section of my Netflix, but I don't necessarily know if I'm going to be down with that. I'll see how I feel after Apothecary Diaries, and then go forward from there. Let me have a quick look at the chat. Bleach. There are shards. It's region locked. Okay. So you've been using my account then? Is that my understanding then, Kyrofon? Like the other account? Sakamoto Days did not catch you. Really? That is interesting. How long did you get to watch it, Kyrofon? How many episodes in did you get? Akarin in the Discord said that he gave up after episode 4. And I didn't really understand it. I thought the episode that he gave up on was enjoyable. I didn't think it was good, but I thought it was in 4 episodes. So you gave up at the carnival, right? Is that my understanding? You stopped at the carnival episode? Okay. Welcome in, Chuckle. How was Muay sir? Chuckle got to enjoy a little Muay exhibition or matches, or I'm not too sure how that worked out today. He posted up in the Discord early this morning. Grabbed a little solo action. Hopefully you had a good time, sir, but good evening to you. What's on the dinner menu, Chuckle? Did you get some delicious street food snacky snacks for dinner? It was a great time, no doubt, man. No doubt about that. 9 bouts for $50. You cannot go wrong. Yeah, we take those in a heartbeat. Good on you, man. And you said like they're priced like relatively well, right? You said you got like the second most expensive seats, and they were $50. Like that's a win. That's a total win. Kyrofon, to your point, the pacing of that show. To be fair, I just came from Dandadan, and I think I was just craving something similar. So I don't know if you looked in the anime channel yesterday. I literally just gave up on Dandadan after 4 episodes yesterday. Nothing about that show felt appealing to me. I knew that the pilot was something that was going to be odd, because like Dave and Ubo had both like prefaced that I might find it a little like weird. And but I'm just like, you know what? We're gonna give it a go. We'll give Dandadan a shot, and then we'll go forward from there. And so I gave it 4 episodes, and I'm like, this doesn't click. And you know what the weirdest thing is? I think the animation more than anything is what I found off-putting. Like that weird. I don't know how to explain it, but that style did not sit right with me at all. It just felt weirdly incomplete. And I understand, you know, obviously like the animation is gonna have like a degree of variance, and like, you know, different episodes are gonna have better, you know, levels of animation, but like the overall like feeling behind it just wasn't for me. So I took a pass. I'm slow cooking beef and fall veggie. Ooh, are you doing like a Sunday roast? Or you're doing Sunday stew? For real, I thought the animation was, yeah, I don't know. It's just like, it's just not for me. I'm very, I mean, like, you understand the type of anime that I watch at this point. Like, I'm in there on the, like, the hardcore shonen, like, solo leveling, JJK, you know, Kaiju number 8, Lord of Mysteries. Like, you know, like, the list, like, goes on and on and on in, like, that degree. And if you take, like, a look at, like, what those look, obviously, like, Dragon Ball. If you look at that type of style, and that type of, like, aesthetic, that is what I look for. So when I saw something like Dandadan, I was just like, this is not for me, like, whatsoever. Even like Sakamoto Days, like, to a point, like, very much falls into that category of like the kind of animation style I like. I'll be honest in saying it's a bit of a shame that you gave up on it, but only because like that show ramps. It takes a while to ramp, which is unfortunate. I would say I didn't get fully invested into Sakamoto Days until episode 8, 7. Yeah, around 7. Like the plot actually starts to get fleshed out for like the first volume around episode 7. And like there is once they hit the second half of the season, because it's broken up into two 11 episode parts. Once you get into the latter half, it's just go, you know, like right through. And I'm like, next. But I feel like that's the nature of a lot of anime, is that you kind of suffer at first trying to get to a point, and then you're just clamoring for the rest of it if it's actually done well. It's mostly about just coming from an anime I thoroughly enjoyed and wanting more, specifically that. I think Sakamoto Days was just a casualty of that. That's fair. But But I mean, like, I guess the question that you need to ask yourself is there anything like Dandadan? Because, like, I think that I feel like within like the realm of like shonen that Dandadan it almost exists onto itself. Like, I don't know anything else that when people like try to draw comparisons, I don't necessarily know if it works out that way, you know? Welcome back, Grayscology. How you doing, buddy? Getting head out. Have a beautiful rest of your day. See you next time if you're streaming still or later on in the day. Sounds good, Charmin Ultrasoft. Thank you for coming through, buddy. Always happy to see you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Not a single bad seat in the house. Chuckle, how big is I don't know if you want to call it arena, but like how big was the venue? Like, is it seating like 500? Is it seating like 1,000? It looked like it seated about, like, based on like the angle that you had, maybe like 750. I could be wrong. Yeah, and the thing is, Kyrofon, I think that in Dandadan's case, as much as like I didn't necessarily enjoy it, I think it's undeniable the impact that anime has now had on, and I think it's undeniable the impact that Dandadan has had on the culture. And as such, you will see, obviously you're not going to see it for another year or two, maybe 3. I think you will see more studios attempt that style to see if they can capture that particular audience, right? Like within, like, I mean, it's like a subgenre within a subgenre, right? Because like it would be like Dandadan within shonen, and it's like I think that other studios be like, hey, this clearly has a massive following. This anime is going to be. I don't think Dandadan's going to win Anime of the Year. I think a lot of people felt that season 1 was robbed. I don't personally, especially considering my recent circumstances, but I do feel that season 2 again will be viable for consideration next year. I think it's still going to lose out. I think even if you remove Donghua, like Lord of Mysteries, I think To Be Hero X is going to absolutely stomp on every other anime as it concerns consideration for Anime of the Year. I think the only thing that's going to come close is, in terms of like getting the vote, is Solo Leveling season 2. And the more that I am away from Solo Leveling is the more that I think that it's a poor show. So it's like, I think that To Be Hero X is going to be the top. Dandadan's going to be in the mix of it all, but I don't think it's going to get there, which is really unfortunate. Depends, because they mostly adapt existing manga. So are you aware of any manga that falls within a similar vein? Not bad, slept good, football in about 90. Grayskull, who's your team again? I know where you're based, but I don't necessarily know if that's the team. Oh no, you're a Bucks fan, right? If I recall correctly, you're a Tampa fan. They're playing Philly, if I recall correctly. I think they're playing Philly. Your boy Logan, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Welcome on in. It is amazing to me that I can read It's Logan 01 a million times, and I still call you your boy Logan like clockwork. Like my muscle memory immediately kicks in, and I just call you your boy Logan instead. The bicycle of pain sets you free. Good for you. Did you put in an hour? Has it been an hour since you were on the bike already? How are you feeling about... How are you feeling about congested chest? How are you feeling about the Bucks' chances for the next couple of weeks while Mike Evans is out? I was up until 3:30 and I'm having a great time. Morning, Kitty and blank bless. Oh, you were. Oh yeah, because you worked yesterday. 3:30, really? Holy jeez. We need to find a girl Logan now for the balance. Really? I don't know. Logan's going on his strip club adventure. It might be as early as next Friday. I don't necessarily know, but he might be going on a strip club adventure. He could find a girl Logan. Yo, my man Norman on 11. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Good morning to you, sir. Happy day off. I believe it's Sunday, so you are off of work with the lovely wifey. Norman on 11 coming on in on the 82-month resub. Thank you very much for the continued support, brother. How are we doing? Doing all right? Good morning to you as well. When are we? You and I have we played what? All of 2 Shadowverse matches. We need to get our game on, sir. I need the reps for Loot Sword. So if you are looking to play, I may actually find you later this evening if you're available. It's gonna suck because I'm learning Loot Sword from like the ground up, but my deck's complete. Like I have no excuse to like not be like taking it out on the town at this point, because I really do want to like refine that and see what's going on. Tell me, are you still playing? Are you playing Shadowverse? I'm in the trenches playing. You're sticking with Rao? Really? Good for you, man. Good for you. I thought for sure that you were gonna give it up, because like that is a rough go. Probably 2-30. Yeah, that is absolutely a rough go, sir. That is it's a high risk, high reward. You know what I mean? They're gonna nerf declimbing to the ground. I think so, because like the balance patch comes out what, Tuesday? I think Tuesday at 4 a.m. Eastern, the Shadowverse balance patch drops, and then we'll see how things go. Wait, so Jujutsu Kaisen is on which season now? Season 3 starts in January, Kitty. Starts in January. Declimb gets rotated out in the new set. Is that what's going on? I had no idea. I didn't realize they were getting nerfed out. 3 tiers and spell boost is at the top. It's coming. Yeah, I guess so. I'm hoping they don't nerf Loot Sword after just completing it. I would love, I mean, like, they're not going to introduce new cards right now. I would love if there was like something that made aggro more viable, but probably not. Grayscology, where are we here? I feel good about the Bucks without Evans. It looks like it's 50-50 on whether Godwin is back today. He was cleared, if I recall correctly, Grayskull. He was a full participant in practice as of Friday. So I'm pretty sure that that Godwin's good to go. That kid has a rough go with injuries. Like, really, really rough go with injuries. I mean, like, their playing style, like Godwin and Evans, their playing style pretty much... I don't know, were they drafted into the league at the same time? I forget. They might be one after the other. But their playing style is so in your face. They're stretching for everything. They are just, rock'em sock'em wide receivers. There's nothing dainty about either of those guys. And they feel it. Like the way that they play wide receiver, they are always just banged up nonstop. So it's like, hopefully, like, Godwin's all right. He's had his up and down. And they got the new kid who I like a lot. Is it in Ndaku? I'm sorry, I'm like not up to speed. I've only seen a lot of like his highlights and when he's like showcased on like Red Zone, and but he looks like the real deal. The big 2 on the crosshair has to be Dirt Boost and Cresthaven. I think honestly, Chirophon, I don't even have a problem with Rune. I don't. I think that Cresthaven absolutely needs a crowbar taken to it. Like that deck is not just a matter of strong. It doesn't make the game fun. Like I don't feel at any point you can win the chess match with Cresthaven if you're entering into like round 9. Well, yeah, you play well, yeah, but I mean like it's you know what? You're right. That's probably my exact perspective. I look at Rune and I'm just like, I can win this race. So it's just like, if I win the race, I win the game. When I look at Crest, it's not like, it's one thing when it was Ward, if it was just Ward. But what they did with Cresthaven this patch, where it's not just Ward, but leader HP refill, I'm like, fuck off. You know what I mean? Like, I can offset your defense. I can't offset your defense plus refilling your health every friggin' round. Like, get the fuck out of here. So after that, it's like, it's just not enjoyable. Cresthaven, which should not be a maddening, should not be able to maddening benefit for free. I agree with you. And Haze Flare was talking about it in the Discord a couple of days ago about how, like, Benison needs to be just, like, taken out back and shot in the head. Like, it's just such an unbelievably stupid card, and it needs to be adjusted. The +10 heal is too much. Yeah. And I understand that they think that it's like I think it should be reduced to 1 round. I know there's a lot of people in the chat right now who are like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? We're talking about Shadow Worlds Beyond. It's a digital card battle game that we play in the Discord on a regular basis. I will get off this topic relatively quick. But I agree with you. 1 round does not solve the problem. What I mean, like, what do you do with it? You just have to make, you have to just make it more expensive then. Like, something's got to give. You do more expensive plus less HP to leader. Like, something's got to give. Because, like, the card's pretty busted. And considering how cheap it is versus when it's actually used in late game, like, there's no win there. Like, something's got to give there. So, anyway. 1 run does not solve the problem, but you still gain 10. Make the heal a crest 2 that triggers at the end of the round. That's a decent idea. I actually like that idea a lot. You know, like, there's definitely options at everybody's, at the devs' disposal, I should say, but something's got to change. I mean, like, if you come away from the balance patch tomorrow or on Tuesday and nothing's really changed for Cresthaven, I think you're going to see a significant drop-off in concurrent player base. I think you missed it, but the venue seats... Oh, wow! 3,500! Depending on the source? Holy shit! Do they sell it out regularly, Chuckle? Unabashed Nerdery doesn't... What? Doesn't get the chocolate. Honestly, Grayskull, it's a tough spot. And, like, I have weird PTSD about discussing digital card game stuff in here because the only time I've ever pivoted this channel to digital card battle, our viewership cratered when I moved the channel to Legends of Runeterra a couple of years ago. I've never seen such a dramatic drop off in the viewership in this channel in my life, and it took me 1.5 years to rebuild it. So I have such a weird I have a weird relationship with it because I think that, especially as I've gotten older, digital card battle games are right up my alley. I like the strategy. I like the pacing. I like the fact that there's just enough friends that make it an enjoyable experience. But it is just like one of those like odd spots where I didn't realize we had a hype train. I'm sorry about that, folks. I don't have the chat that shows me when we have hype trains. So I'm very, very sorry about that. But either which way, if anybody got anything out of level 1, congratulations to you. More power to you. But I missed that because I don't use the traditional Twitch chat. As it concerns like the digital card battle games, I thoroughly enjoy them. I like being able to like formulate like different pathways to get the wins, all that kind of good stuff. I love Legends of Runeterra, but it was so much work to playing the game. Will always take the work. Building the audience and building a new set of friends and going through all the hurdles, it's tough. You know what I mean? Like, it's really tough. And so I tend to like this time around with like Shadowverse, it's almost entirely off stream, which is you got a sleep cat. Yeah, we take those. We take the sleep cat. What else? Did anybody else get good stuff? Oh, you did get you got the hype sleep. I'm down. Look at that. Kitty, did you get this too? Is Serendipity here right now? Did she get hype sleep? That's actually amazing. Kitty would like lose her shit. I still think that the where is it? Where's my favorite one? It's in here somewhere. Or is it gone? Is it Hype Cat? Which one is it? Where's my animated one? The Blank is, yeah, that's my favorite right there from Blank. I've had Hype Sleep for a while, true. This is my favorite right here. Kitty Hype is by far my favorite Hype Train reward so far. That is so well done. It's so beautifully animated. It's just, it's so, so, so good. Like, absolutely love that emote. What do we got here? Mega Consume. See, this it's the weirdest thing with hype trains. So I'm going to be honest with you all. I rarely participate in hype trains. I didn't realize you can't get the emotes if you didn't participate in the hype train. I feel that like there's way more value in participating in it now that I understand that the investment versus reward is like so high up. The other weird thing though is that there are times where like I now that I'm aware of how all this stuff works, I look at a hype train and it's just like you've unlocked level 2 and there's a really cool emote in level 2. And then you realize that like if you pass level 2, you don't get access to the stuff that was in level 2 afterwards. You just open up a new block of like more emotes in level 3. And I'm just like, I don't want these. I don't want any of these. I'm fucked over. I wanted to get, cat that eats mice emote in stage 2, and I'm just like, this is bullshit. Like, it's like, can we go back? Like, can I please go back to like level 2 and like see what we can get here? And so like, you're kind of just like in this weird place where like beforehand you would get like everything within like the space, like within the unlock. And now they have these tiered unlocks and like the whole like format changes and it drives me crazy. But it's like, it's something to keep an eye on like going forward. Cause like I see like hype trains and mainly in like Aim's channel lately, I'll see hype trains or in Nixia's channel. And I keep an eye on the unlocks. Like just be like, do I really want this one? Like we're going to get in on this action. Let's do this. And then, try to like move things along at that point. Only thing is missing is the giraffe singing. I don't know what that is. What's the giraffe singing? Did I miss out on that? What's on this one? Viral's got a bunch of these going on right now. Oh, the Kitty Love balloon's pretty cool too. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. I never quite realized it. The hype train is real. Where was I here? So, it's just like to wrap up that particular like segment of things, Grayskull. It's just like one of those odd spots. I think at the end of the day, I think that it's probably, and we were discussing this earlier about the fact that like I'm seriously mulling over just pivoting the channel to this, to just doing just chatting, something in a relatively relaxed atmosphere. And I think there's a lot of people who may bounce and I have to face that reality. But I think at the end of the day, you got to do the things that make you happy first. And if it means less viewers or the ones, some people are going to stick by you and you'll build new relationships or anything along those lines, you got to do what's right for you first and then sort out the rest later on, I apparently have 45 hype emotes. Holy Jesus. That is ridiculous. Good on you though. Helping out different streamers all across the board. We'd love to see it. Hey, for welcome back, sir. What was in the big breakfast? I don't think you laid that out anywhere. Welcome back, Undead. So yeah, we'll see how things go like over time. But I definitely enjoy this format. As Logan points out, I like the idea of the come around here often music in the background. It's very chill for me. I'm a very big fan of just like relaxing to like instrumental jazz. Like if I'm not doing anything and I'm just like sitting here, reading a manga on my iPad or something, this is exactly what's going to be playing in the background, whether it's, on speakers or in my headphones or whatever else. You got a breakfast wrap, egg, turkey bacon, cheese. What kind of cheese? Why would you leave out the part where you didn't tell us what kind of cheese you had? Hash brown, tomato, cilantro, green onion, spicy mayo. Was it Kewpie mayo? Are you going to be judged right now by Serendipity? I think this backdrop is a bit bright for me, but it's still nice. So here's the thing, Logan. I actually thought of you when I was reconstructing this yesterday. I think Logan, and I think a lot of people would probably prefer, and you all can tell me, would you prefer this one? Because this is my night kitchen. All right. So I guess the question becomes, would you prefer this style as opposed to the breakfast kitchen? Because we can leave this. I'm fine with this. Would you all just prefer this no matter what time of day it is? Because the only reason I set this up the way it was in case I do evening streams, and I wanted to like create like the idea of like the night kitchen, but night kitchen at night. See, this is the thing. Like we go through like the toss up here. We need one with a wine rack too. We can look into that. I think it's too dark, but I'm on the balcony in the sun. See, like there's a difference, right? There's lots of stuff going on here. I love this background. I prefer this background too, but I wanted it for evening stuff. You need to add a cat on the countertop on both kitchens. Kitchen cat? You need a kitchen cat, chat? I'm sitting in a dark room. True. Are you just like in your bedroom with the lights off right now? Is that what's going on right now? Like a little animated one? We could look into it. The thing is, like right now, like the format that I have it in, like we have the sidebar. Do we like the sidebar, chat? Because like that's the thing. If we have like the sidebar, or the flip side of it is like you can go like darker on like the other. So everybody likes the sidebar, right? But if we do, I think I can do this without it causing absolute fucking nightmare. Let's see. If I move me, let's say I just move me for a second, okay? And then we do we go this way. Nope, I don't want you. We're gonna move me for a second. We're gonna lock me, and then we're gonna move you. Don't fuck with me. Then we move you. Is it better on this side? No, it's about the same. Because I'm trying to see where, if we were to leave it like this, and I put the cat like right on, I guess like my right shoulder, there should be a chance a skeleton runs by. Yes, we should all have skeletons. Everybody needs skeletons in their lives. I don't know. We can look into it. You know what I mean? No, that looks backward for some reason. Yes, because I've been on the other side. Uh-oh. Now we're just screwing everything. Let's fix this first, chat. Let's make sure that the backdrop can't move. And then we're going to look here. We're going to move and then lock. And then we're going to move you back. Here. Okay. Yeah, and I think that this is probably for the best as well, Loretta. I think like this side works better. What I'm going to end up doing is probably... Well, one, making my dome piece fit again. It's Riri. Is it Riri? It's Riri. What is going on? How you doing? Welcome on in. You can let me know what you would prefer for a name, and we can go forward from there. You should have the chat on your shirt. Should I just wear a black t-shirt the entire time, and the chat just like moves up into my chins? Like, just put me central, and the chat's just like going up like over and over. That'd be great. You can have a cat swinging on that one lamp. Can you imagine? Instead of saying stay free, it's just like the chat, and it's just like going up like this, like nonstop. That would be super funny. I don't know, there's times where like I sit back in like other channels and I kind of just go, oh, that's really cool. Like, you know, and there's a lot of like the channel itself has been like relatively stagnant for quite some time. Obviously, like there's different notifications within like the anime realm, and I always like that kind of stuff. But I think that more than anything, I could look to explore proper use of channel points, if only for like sound bites. You know, like something really simple, or just like, yeah, you want to use your channel points to unlock the cat that sits on my shoulder for the next 5 minutes, or like anything like along those lines. Cause like my shoulders doesn't really move. Right. And it's like little things like that I could probably look to incorporate into the stream, just so like people have more things to engage with over time. Did I see Dave? I could have swore I saw Dave, and then like, no, Dave was here, or Dave is here. One of the two. Welcome in, Dave. I missed you earlier, buddy. 3 minute Larry's lips, let's go. I don't know what Larry's lips are. That's terrifying. Everything about that alliteration just sounded scary. I got points for cats on the shoulder for days. It's true, right? Oh my god, a parrot on your shoulder who has Tourette's when you use chat points. Oh my god. Typical. Get fucked. How are you, sir? How is your Sunday treating you? How is your lovely wife? What's on your breakfast menu? When was the last time you had canned potatoes, Dave? How are we feeling about the canned potato life lately? You haven't really tried to like pimp it out like you used to. It's making me wonder what's going on there. The canned potato life is a big deal. So David is indeed in the house. We're just getting caught up on the chat to see if I missed anything. Yeah, so like there's definitely options at our disposal. Yeah, I mean, like my brain just starts churning when it comes to like stuff that I want to do. And when it comes to like just chatting specifically, I think for like a long time I've been leaving a lot of like value on the table, only because like I didn't really want to like started getting into the work of like really making like channel points like work, only because once I go down that rabbit hole, I tend to I don't think hyper focus is the right term. I mean, like there's people more versed in that particular terminology than me, but I think I would be prone to like really start exploding on what I want to do for like channel point redemptions and like the difficulty of the presentation and all that kind of stuff, and it gets like messy really quickly. So I haven't really like dove down there just yet. If you work with the channel points, make sure you me-proof them. I don't know what that means. Because as Dave can attest to, I'll abuse it. I mean, like looking for fish. Wait a minute, do you just use a command for fish, or do you use channel points for fish? Chuckle abuses my shit. Fish is godlike. See, like stuff like that. Like I have no problem putting like fish where the little spot would typically be for like Marvel Rivals. We could put fish in there, but I think that like I know that obviously it's like it's within like our own like little space, but I think fish is something that Dave found, or I shouldn't say that Dave found, because obviously fish is all over Twitch, but like within like our own like sphere, fish is Dave's thing. And I like the idea that like when Dave's live is where you can go fishing. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to like add it to like this space, and then it would just seem like really odd to me. It's a Steam app, yeah. You know what I mean? And that's great. I mean, like obviously like anybody can do it. But I think that like finding an interactive game like that, I think is worthwhile, and I would be open to suggestions. Because like Pokemon is here and we use it, but we don't really use it. And I think a lot of that just stems from the fact that people are looking for something that is also visually like drawing them in, much akin to like we said, like Dave with like the fish. So I'm open to suggestions. I can explore it. And see what we can incorporate. It would be for like Just Chatting streams specifically, not like I ever play video games on Twitch apparently. But if we did like Just Chatting streams, and you know, like instead of, I don't know if I can do this without it being like a major issue. If I do this and then this, so like right here, I'm able to switch this, because you would typically have like Marvel Rivals. What do we think, chat? Like that box that you, essentially a box that you could see right here, do you feel that would be a good space for something that's like relatively interactive? If only Logan was as good at fishing in bars as he is on Twitch. Yo, what a call out. What is happening right now? Playing games, really? That happens? Not in here. You know what I mean? It's I don't know what to tell you. Like right now, I'm very much in this mode. I know that there's a lot of folks who would like me to reincorporate Words with Friends into the stream. No, it's Words on Stream, not Words with Friends. I know that there are a fair amount of folks that enjoy it. I don't necessarily know if I want to put that in there on a consistent basis, but even like, I would actually be really curious. Do you all want to do a little experiment with me? I want to see what this would look like if I did. Okay, so if we did something like Words on Stream, okay? And I wanted to... Okay, I got that. I want to check something. We're going to do a little experiment while we're here. And what I need is to... Will this work the way that I think it does? Oh, that's going... all of that's going off. Then we're going to do that. We're going to do that. And then if I were to bring in OBS... let's see if this works the way that I think it will. Let me go words. Just for the sake of this experiment. So that does work. Now the question becomes, if I were to place this, say, here. Let's go about here. Would there be enough that we... I need to put you behind the webcam. And then we go like this. And then I started the game with no sounds. What would happen? Does that work? So if we were to if somebody were to just come through here and type in words on stream, would this incorporate into the browser? It would incorporate into the browser. So the thing that shows, the only real downside is that you wouldn't be able to tell what words are on there. But how do you feel about this, chat? Would you like something like this, like an interactive game on the side that you don't necessarily have to be, if you want to play it, you can play it. If you don't want to play it, you don't want to play it. But you can always have something that's visually stimulating while we, of course, Geek Girl's here, while we are on stream. How are you feeling about that? Because even where I am right now, okay, that's got to go. But I can... We're going to have a little fun with this. I'm going to experiment with this. Okay, so that's what the browser source looks like. And I can lock that in, and then I can go like this. And we can widen you to fit here. About there. And then move you up. And then that way, you kind of have the best of both worlds that way. How do we feel about that, chat? So with this, if you're trying to keep in chat, the word spam is going to drown it out depending on how busy the words on stream gets. I mean, that's a good point, to be honest with you. I think it's a tough call. I think it's do we want this all the time? Do I want this? I also need to figure out this. Do I shrink me? So let's shrink me. We're going to have a little fun with this. We're going to shrink me a little, just so I can span my arm out and not be covering the game. So let's shrink me, okay? And then we're going to bring me down and going to have a little bit more headspace. And then the game's auto running regardless, right? So you kind of just have it right across the board. I don't think I need to, do I need to move this game along? It should auto run for you. So you tell me if it's stuck. So it says waiting for the host. So I actually do have to have this somewhere where I can keep an eye on it. So if I were to do something like this and then this, oh no, it'll run without me. Okay, that's a total win-win. It says waiting for the host, but it also has a countdown timer. So you would just have to be waiting for it. That's the trade-off. It's fun, but takes away from the conversation. But I mean, the truth of the matter is, though, Loretta, is that I can track. The difference is that some people's points are going to get missed, but I can keep track of the overall conversation because you're going to have actual sentences. You need Hello Focus to keep up with the chat and the sea of words. I mean, you're looking for, I said, complete sentences more than anything else. But you can see in this spot. If I were to stop speaking for any given point of time, it gives me a little bit of a reprieve, right? I think you can enable the chat commands to advance the game too. I will look at that in a second then. After this game is over, I can take a look at it and see what we can do in that regard. But I think there's probably a trade-off. But I also feel that there are some folks who enjoy conversation, but they don't necessarily find a means to participate in. But there's a lot of things that are kind of in a state of flux. Fair, but it limits the chat to chat convo a little as well. I mean, if we put the chat in slow-mo, that would... Okay, we're gonna keep experimenting here. We're on the fly, okay? So if I put the chat in slow-mo for every 5 seconds... We'll go 5 seconds and see how that goes. Slow-mo would kill the game. If we go 3 seconds, we're between rounds right now, right? No, we're not. Okay. Or did it kill the chat? Okay, 5 seconds might be too long. Oh, yeah, because the game runs on a timer. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so that's going to go off. That does nuke the game. Okay, I see what you're saying. Because the game itself runs on a timer, and you need to have as many voices as possible, as in per person. Yeah, okay. I think Words on Stream has an individual cooldown option or something like that. Okay. English on, volume, sound effects, mirror link. The game will require your actions. That's me. Nope, it does not look it has a cooldown for user. Cooldown for user would be super handy. And then so it goes on a 30-second cooldown afterwards between rounds. So that, we might just like let it rock. You'll get a little lock beside your word that times you out. Okay, so you can't, that makes sense. Okay. And I think like having a 30-second reprieve between the rounds might be a win-win situation all around. Like I'm just not going to address it. And then people can like decide if they want to like, you know, either be participating in the chat or they want to be just like waiting for the next round to come through. And that might be a win-win scenario. How are we feeling? How do we feel about that, chat? You know, at the end of the day, I just want to find something that is, that's workable, so that I can have a space to be able to like talk with everybody, with them also like having a way to like, I guess like be stimulated within the chat, outside of the chat itself. So I can't deal with like all like the sounds and like all that kind of stuff. That would just be a little too over the top in terms of like distraction. But in terms of everything else, it could be a win-win. That's weird. Okay. I will have to explore that afterwards. I will go forward from there. Okay. So we can make that work. I think it's going to your point, Loretta, I think it's going to be a work in progress. I mean, there's going to be days where I'm just like, I really don't want to deal with, you know, a consistent stream of like stuff going on in the chat. But like other times, like I've been live for 3 hours at this point. Getting a little bit of a reprieve is kind of like a win-win scenario. And it let me tweak the layout a little bit as well, which I liked. Posted up a couple of the fight pictures from tonight. Nice, Chuckle. I'll have a look at it after the stream wraps up, sir. Do you feel that you're going to be giving it another look, Chuckle? Like, was this the first time that you had attended live Muay? Or is it something that you try to get to whenever you're in the relative neighborhood? Always a state of fluidity when it comes to these things. It was the first time, true. Do you feel it was... Obviously, like you had a really, really good time with it. Do you feel that the price point was worth your while as well? You think you're going to stream 2XKO, or did you decide against it? I don't know. Here's the thing, Hierophant. I'm in a spot with 2XKO where I don't have a problem with the game itself. I think the game is very, very good. I'm watching a lot of it, especially Leffen. I'm watching a lot of Leffen. Right now, my mental space is such that I don't want to do any more work at anything that I'm playing. So like when I look at 2XKO right now, it feels like a significant hurdle I would have to overcome. Fighting games are homework? Yes, exactly. It feels like a hurdle that I need to overcome. And right now, I don't have like the capacity to dive into something that's going to require a significant amount of work. I do encourage you to try duos with friends sometime. Every indication, so like when the beta was out and Logan and Husky were very pro duo when that game dropped. And I was just like, I don't want to have to rely on somebody else to play this game. But every indication, not just like for my own circles, and obviously like you and Evan are having a great time, Logan, and I would love to see like the four of you in like a voice, you know, Discord lobby sometime, and I could just like jump in there and watch, because like nothing draws me into playing video games more than seeing my friends enjoying themselves playing video games. But the initial impression was that I wouldn't do duos, but I can see where you're coming from there, because like every indication is that the being able to play with your friend is legitimately one of the top draws, if not the top draw of that game, as a differentiating factor, because like no other game is letting you play with your friends to such an integrated degree. Does Husky play 2XKO? I thought he's on the Tekken grind. He does play 2XKO. He's not playing as much as he does Tekken. He was actually in the stream earlier today. I hadn't seen Ryan in in the stream in quite some time, maybe a couple of months. But Ryan dropped in earlier, and so we were discussing it, how he felt about 2XKO, and he said that he's enjoying it, he's playing it, but he's not taking it too seriously, which honestly is probably the benefit of everybody in the community, because when Husky is taking a game seriously, he is a terror. So right now, I would suggest, and Logan would be able to decide on this particular assessment, I would assume that Husky is solid, and as a result, it would be far more fun to play than if he was serious and just ruining lives. You know, so yeah, the four of you should like give it a go. I'm sure that Pog is around. Like, Husky had a few Tekken World Tour. Yeah, like he's really putting in the work for Tekken. Is Modest Pile of Garbage playing 2XKO as well, and is he enjoying it? We were going about even in Tekken at his peak. Oh, really? Are you still playing Tekken, Logan? I didn't even realize that you were playing Tekken, buddy. Good for you. Still getting your grind on in there. We in there. But yeah, so like he's playing. We definitely have like 2XKO players within the community. But for me personally, and at some point in time, Kyrofon, I'm sure that my mentality will change on these things. Pog hasn't touched 2XKO. That's so weird. It feels like it would be right up his alley. I love the word nerds are up in the house here. This actually brings me so much joy, because I know that like all of the word nerds, like they love this. This is like their favorite thing in here, and they don't really get to play it too often in this like space. So I'm glad that everybody is having a good time. I'm really surprised that Pog is not playing it. It feels like it would be right up his alley. The moment Kaisa or Azir drops, you'll play it. I think Azir, I mean, like the roster, to be clear, Kyrofon, is a major problem for me. I feel that after 7 years, having what is about to be 10 characters, and like the 10th character being Teemo, that's funny. Like Teemo doesn't appeal to me whatsoever. Right. So like I look at like the aesthetic for me is like really important in a lot of fighting games. I don't like playing big bulky characters. Like I like my characters to be conventionally aesthetically pleasing. And so like I look at the Yasuos and the Aris and the Echoes, and like you can understand like where I'm coming from. It's like we were talking about the anime thing earlier, and it's just like I need my anime to look like JJK and Solo Leveling and Lord of Mysteries, blah blah blah. Ari would, Azir would be fire. I think that Azir would be great. I would love to see Aurelia. I think that like being able to like manipulate knives all over the screen would be bonkers. I think Aurelia would be fantastic. I think Azir would be fantastic. If Kaisa is introduced into the game, I'm playing the game. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Everybody who ever played Legends of Runeterra with me knows that I have like the weird like crush on Kaisa. I think the character's like her design is gorgeous, and I would play the crap out of the game if Kaisa was introduced. So it's like those would be up my alley. I would play if Lux was in the game. I cannot believe that Lux is somehow not a core character to the game. I would play Leona. I'm like trying to think of like who else I would play that, because like I would play Zed. I would play Zed in a heartbeat. I think Zed would be perfect for a fighting game. He's not in there. I think that Thresh would be a cool character in a fighting game. I think that Pyke would be really good in a fighting game. Like I think that you could even do something like what's the boy's name? The underwater guy, the underwater, armored dude. I forget his name off the top of my head. It's going to drive me crazy now. What am I thinking of here? I can't recall. It doesn't matter. There are so many characters who would like fit the aesthetic, who also I think would fit within like the game itself. And it's just Nautilus. Thank you. It's Nautilus that I'm thinking of. I think like Nautilus as like a character that's almost like unmovable. And like the interesting mechanics that you could have with a character like him would be super fun. I think that there is enough diversity when I think that like how do you not have Seth? Like how is Seth not a core character? You know, like everything about that guy says, please no, I can't deal with another hook in this game. I think that something like Thresh with a hook is awesome. I think that like you could do something really fascinating. You can go with like Lucian and like do the swap and go with Senna. Like you should be able to like swap them on the fly, and like they each have like their own set of mechanics that you could like be swapping. Like there's so much room, for them to work with. Just in terms of like swaps, you can go with like Kayle and Morgana. You know, you can go with Lucian and Senna. Like, what am I missing here? Like, you can run there's so many ways to go. Are you gonna play Rivals today? What time is it? It's 12:09. No. I literally wrote on the Discord, I promise we'll play Rivals today. It's 12:09 and I've already been streaming for 3 hours. I'm gonna wrap at 1 o'clock and I'm not gonna do 50 minutes of Rivals, especially because all the word nerds are having a field day with words on stream. So I'm just gonna let it rock at dubstep and get some games on another time. Honestly, they do scoop a lot. What a champion could do, and what? Did I miss something? They do scoop a lot. What a champion could do and implement. I'm missing. I'm sorry. Echo is one of the best designed champions in my opinion when compared to his league counterpart. I mean, I agree with you there. I think that like his Time Winder is just bonkers. I love that the combos that get expanded out because of it. Welcome back, Jim Kim on YouTube. How you doing, buddy? I'm heading back. Oh, you're come and gone again. All right, fair enough. Hopefully your blueberry pancakes were everything that you wanted, sir. You are suitably fueled and up for the task of another tumultuous work day. Have a great time, buddy. Enjoy yourself, and we'll talk to you soon. Time Winder is just insane. Let me do throw whiff into Time Winder. Oh my gosh, like there'd be so many interesting options. Work's gonna suck, I'm sure. Jim, before you go, what is your top seller after this year's iPhone launches? Is it just Pro Maxes? I'm assuming it's Pro Maxes. Champion design is not a gripe I have with the game. I think that Logan, was the person who brought this up, in the sense that 2XKO quite possibly has the best character expression of any fighting game. Like, bar none. There is so much ridiculous diversity and uniqueness among the characters in the game that there is no game right now that provides so much personal expression, like player expression, as this one. And it's one of the big reasons why the small roster, like as small as it is, because the characters are so unbelievably diverse, and the fuse system is affording you a degree of variance within the small sample size, that you don't feel hampered as a player by the small roster, because it can be fleshed out in so many unique ways. Where did Jim go? I want to get Jim before he's gone. 17 Pro Max is back ordered, so no one has really gotten there. So like it just like flooded immediately. Honestly, the demographic I work in varies between the 16E and the 17. I think that if I was in a position where I wanted the update and I didn't have, I'm fortunate to be able to afford what I wanted to get. I think that if a lot of people may not be in that demo. If I was looking for it from a pure price per value ratio, the 17 specifically is the best pick. I think by far the best pick, because all you're giving up is your ultra wide, and you basically got everything else from the Pro. And I think like in terms of sheer value, like nothing tops the 17. Nothing. I bought a 17 Pro because I'm just a douchebag. But I think everybody else, like if you were really wanting to get in there, you just go the 17 route, and you're just loving life. The restarts are going on. You're all you lost at 17. Okay, so the game will restart. Perfect. Okay, so I don't have to do shit. Word nerds get their joy. The people who want to actually talk get my joy, and it's a win-win situation for everybody involved. Also, everybody, thank you for coming through. I know that I was not here for the majority of the month, and my stream times have been a little bit like off kilter. Like today, I said I would be here at a certain time. I showed up an hour earlier. But I'm very, very grateful to everybody who like taking the time to stop in. Hopefully you've been enjoying yourself, whatever it is you happen to be doing, whether it's chatting, whether it's playing, whether it's just lurking, anything along those lines. And obviously much love, Serendipity and Mishu, holding things down for the mod squad. I say if you're not content creating or editing photos and vids, no need for the Pro Max, to be honest with you. And that's an entirely fair assessment, Jim. I would be that person who is absolutely not using my phone to its fullest potential. I think, especially as I've been reading more articles from professional photographers and videographers on the actual professional toolkit that's within that phone, I'm just like, I'm not using this. I am not even in the ballpark of using anything like this. So I like the idea that I can, if I ever wanted to avail myself of those tools. But for the most part, no. I just wanted to, in my mind, I'm just like, I want the best, and like this I feel is the best. So I bought it, it won't be a year. In 2 years, when they do their like all screen bezel-less thing, like I don't give a shit about the fold. Like I'm not going to buy a fold phone. I'm going to play the old card and then go from there. But when they do their like, apparently iPhone 20 bezel-less, entirely bezel-less thing, I will explore that option and then see how it goes. But as Drekken likes to point out, nowadays, all you're really doing is buying a better camera. So you're just kind of like in a really odd spot. Old people want the fold. That's a little surprising to me. They're smaller, true. It's interesting how that works. How like some people we went big for so long. And as you pointed out, the Pro Max is in this state where they're constantly in back order. People want the biggest phone. But the flip side of it, and ironically using the word flip side, is that you have a lot of people there's a lot of folks who want something like the mini, and it's just like one of those things where they just want like the smallest phone possible. I'm not in that boat, but I can totally understand where they're coming from. Man, DSLR cameras are so ungodly expensive right now. You know what, Logan, you're not wrong. I think especially nowadays, because you can have like attachable lenses to different phones, as the technology, especially in post-processing, gets stronger, the SLR, I don't know what you want to call it, subgenre. And like, I know that you enjoy photography. Mishu is, a savant in that regard. So like you see things quite literally from like through a different lens. But I feel like the average person, as smartphone technology gets better, especially in post-processing, that the average person is they're priced out of the SLR space. Lenses are bonkers. Oh yeah. There's a couple of friends in here who like their hobbies are within like the SLR space, and the amount of money, like Loretta and I have a mutual friend. He's easily dropped 50,000 in lenses over the last 10 years, maybe more. I gotta ask him. I'm willing to bet the number is about 50,000. Lenses are triple the camera body. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Hey, Vicious Ghost, welcome on in, buddy. How you doing? Good to see you. I assume that Regicide is a Reynolds wrap for the day. I think, and like in his case, Logan, like he works very, very hard, and he does it right for himself. So he is in a position to be able to afford such an expensive hobby, but obviously like he is more the exception than the norm in terms of being able to secure those kinds of like, put down that kind of money to have that kind of functionality, and especially considering that I feel, and like you would be able to tell me, Mishu would be able to tell me, I think the vast majority of people who were to see the photographs being taken would not necessarily be able to appreciate the full spectrum of what it is the photographer is trying to capture with the 22,000 lens.
interrupted the tournament.
Oh, Regicide is a Reynolds wrap. Holy shit. Welcome in, everybody coming in from Regicide stream. For those of you unaware, I am the God of Luck 2, tournament organizer, shoutcaster, sometime player. And you are coming in from Marvel Rivals. Can we get a... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Kitty, can you get a shout out for Regicide, please? How you doing, gorgeous? Welcome on in. A1 Love, what is going on? Rage Raid indeed. Welcome in, everybody coming in from Rage's channel. Rage is a fantastic Twitch streamer. She has got one of the best communities that you will come across anywhere. I'm very, very grateful that she is typically an early morning streamer. She typically gets on there about 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern time when her schedule permits. Around like 7 to 11, 7 to 12. Like today, she's coming through here at about 20 after 12. She's great. Ironically enough, we were discussing the connective tissue between the different channels coming in from Aim to Kill 1507. Regicide, very much in that boat. That connective tissue between AIM, Miss Tazzy, and Regicide, they all know each other, they all support each other, all that good stuff. They're really, really good folks. So if you are not already doing so, make sure to...
Pledge yourself to the man before you. Arise.
A1 Love, thank you very much for coming through and welcome on into the lockdown. I am the God of Luck 2. Thanks for joining me today. Don't we all, like, are we not all in that boat at this point in time, Regicide? Miss Tazzy has legitimately got to be one of the most universally loved people on Twitch. Like, I don't know anybody who sits back and be like, I can't stand Miss Tazzy. Like, no, absolutely not. She is a gem of a human being. It's so interesting because it's like you and like we're on like this relatively the same schedule, but like Miss Tazzy, like she streams overnight, you know, so like a lot of times like you get to miss her, but I catch her just before. A lot of times like she'll hand off to you, so like I'll catch Tazzy as she is got maybe an hour left in her stream. And then I get to kick back and I lurk in your channel for most of my mornings. If you're live, I just keep you on my top monitor and I'm just like working away and like, you know, pop in every so often and troll Ghost every so often, troll Vicious every so often, and just try to have a good time. How did the games treat you today, Rage? How is the puppers? Rage she has a bear, chat, an actual bear. She lives with a bear. She calls him a puppy. He's a bear. His name's Coda. Quick play was good. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. I know he's a puppy. He's a big baby. He's a big baby. Oh, did you do quick play all day today? There was no comp for you? Typically, I know that you like to get the ball rolling on... with quick play to start, and then get your comp on afterwards. But a little surprised that you ran quick play all day today. Good for you. Do you just need a little mental reset from all the shenanigans that tends to come with the grind and trying to climb and all that good stuff? We don't talk about comp. All right, fair enough. It's for assholes, right? What are you getting up to for the rest of the day, Regicide? You've got a full working slate. Are you going to get something delicious to eat? I'm sure that you're probably hungry. You've been streaming since about 7 o'clock this morning. Hopefully you had something good to get the ball rolling and then something good for lunch upcoming. What is on everybody's lunch menu today? The word nerds, if you can find a quick second to let me know. It is 12:22 right now. So I'm assuming a lunchtime is on the horizon for quite a few people. What are you thinking for the delicious things? I'm going to take Puppy Dog outside and then clean and do some important things. Fair enough. Good for you. So like I said, are you going to make some time to get a bite to eat before you take the Puppy Dog for the walk? I still haven't really had breakfast. No super smoothie for you today? What's going on? You got the bike of pain, but no super smoothie. I don't even know you anymore. Probably pizza rolls. I still don't understand this phenomenon of pizza rolls. Oh, sidetrack for a quick second, chat. We covered this yesterday during question of the day about the potato question. If you're not aware what the potato question is, !QOTD in the chat. We're going to cover this really quickly, but I want to discuss the fact that I have brought this up in like multiple other Discords. And in some places, this caused a shitstorm. Like, I was very, very surprised at the amount of people who had like harsh perspectives on potatoes. Like, they wanted nothing to do, like they've got their choice. Like, the vast majority of people said potato salad. But some people, they're dropping. I was very surprised to see the amount of people who are anti mashed potato. And when this question first came up, essentially on like Thursday in the Discord, and nobody said roasted and nobody said mashed potatoes. And I was like, maybe they're safe. Maybe not a single person would ever vote out roasted or mashed potatoes. But I threw that question out to about 5 Discords yesterday. I was like, you know what? We're just going to plant this here and see what happens. And 1, everybody has an opinion on potatoes. 2, the thing that they get rid of, they have an absolutely like dedicated and emotionally attached reason why they're getting rid of it. I don't think I saw anybody axe roasted. I think roasted is still untouched by every single person who has answered that question. Put a potato salad can get the fuck out of here. See, there you go. Vicious coming on in here. Potato salad it's getting a pretty bad rap. The more that this question gets fleshed out across the board. And I think, and trust me, I'm in the boat where I vote out potato salad too. I am starting to lean more and more towards Loretta, Louisiana's thinking process, in that there are far too many people who have simply had poor potato salad. Right. I think that there are, and I think it may just come down to ease of accessibility, because not a lot of people are willing to put in the work to make it. And so if you come across something great, that's awesome. But if you don't come across something great, and because so few people are willing to make it, you kind of just like lose no matter what. Sounds good, Geeker. I'll talk to you later, friendo. It can be good, but by the numbers, the rest are just better. I think that the upside, so like from the flip side of it goes, I feel that the upside for potato salad is probably the highest, like the ceiling for it. And I think that the lowest ceiling is mashed potatoes. Like, I've never come away from mashed potatoes thinking to myself, this is the greatest thing I've ever had. You know, I've never like praised mashed potatoes, like thoroughly praised it. You know, I've always just been in a position, I'm like, this is good. You know, like, I'm never going to like turn it down. You know, I don't give a shit if it's lumpy. I don't give a shit if mashed potatoes has like skin in it. I think skin's great. But I've never come away from it being like, this is the greatest mashed potatoes of all time. I've had amazing roasted potatoes. I've had amazing potato chips, and I've had amazing potato salad. But on average, it's a different story. You know, always skin in the mashed. I don't understand how people are somehow avoidant of getting skin in their mashed potato. You got to get it in there. You got to get all the good. Roasted chips, mashed potato salad. In that order for you? Is that what we're talking about right now? That's how we're looking at it? Because like, we're just trying to get rid of like the number one. You know what I'm saying? But it's just, oh, you're writing cook for cook. I'm very confused. And I realized that you're also playing the game as well. It's just like one of those like weird things where it's like everybody's tastes are different. Everybody has like texture feel is different. I had a spirited exchange, we'll just call it that, with one person who said that texture doesn't matter to food and that everybody should just rely on taste. Texture doesn't matter, and to get over it. And I was like, what? What? Like, I don't know if I would be able to go through my life eating as I do where texture was not a significant factor in the enjoyment of what I'm eating. Texture doesn't matter. Fired. No, I completely agree with you. Wrong. Yeah, I completely agree. Straight to jail. I was surprised. I've never come across somebody who, because like I can understand the perspective of some people, like the conversation point came up, some people are picky. which I totally get. Like, and I use the example of I never got into what I would consider to be like, some people will call it like slimy. Okay, something like oysters. All right, oysters are not for everybody's taste. I've come to appreciate them, but when I first started eating oysters, maybe 10 years ago, maybe about 10 years ago, visually, I had to overcome a hurdle, and then the preconception of what it would feel like is also a hurdle, right? And so once you can get past that, then you can like give it a fair assessment of whether it is you want to eat this or not. But before that, some people are just dismissive. They won't even give it a look. Snot clams, yeah, exactly. You know, like some people are immediately dismissive. They won't give it a look, so it's a lose-lose situation. Like there's no upside, you know. But I feel that if given the opportunity, some people should give it a shot, but some won't, you know. But I think in that regard, there is a point from people's perspective of like, I don't think that's going to taste. They say I don't think it's going to taste good. What they mean is I don't think that's going to feel good in my mouth. So they will bypass it entirely, you know. And I think in that regard, they're probably missing out. But I think that falls more into picky than anything else. The flip side of it, of course, is like the person who brought this up, where they're just like, texture doesn't matter, taste is everything. And I'm like, that's insane. Like for me, that's just a ridiculous statement to make. I was surprised to see it, and they were steadfast when I pushed back on them. Feels good in your mouth is wild. Yep. Yes, it is. You know, it's when it comes to like food specifically, like there's so much room to like increase your enjoyment if you are getting like the right texture. Like the idea of having like soggy French fries, like I don't know, like how many people are in the chat who prefer their French fries soggy over like crispy, you know? And like there's like degrees of it, but like when you look at something like, I mean, like when you look at like fresh cut fries, right? There's a lot of folks who the fuck want soggy fries. So I'm about to make this point, Logan. So like you can look at like fresh cut fries. They don't necessarily need to be made to be crispy and firm. You can get crispy, but still, no, soggy's not. Yeah, soggy's not right. It's a lose-lose. Nobody wants soggy French fries. At least they don't think soggy French fries. You know, fries are such a good example. Like there is so much. There are so many degrees of variance as it concerns cook on fries, right? So it's like, what is it that you're looking for? Because like some fries work better than others. I love a flaccid fry, not soggy. So there's the perfect example, okay? So Loretta and I are in the same boat. Flaccid French fry, what do you want to call it? Fresh cut, pub style, whatever, you know, like everybody knows exactly what I'm referring to when we talk about like the flaccid French fry. I think they're the best, right? I like those, and then like some people call it steak frites from the most basic bitch perspective. McDonald's French fries. If I were to be, if people are just like, what is it? Like, what's your favorite French fry? I will eat McDonald's French fries until I drop dead. You know, I think that they're fantastic. I think that, ironically enough, when Loretta and I were in Mexico, we stopped into this little spot and they did frites, and it always sticks in my head. And she steps away to use facilities and the fries arrive, and I am eating these French fries, and I'm just like, what the hell is this? Like, why does this taste so familiar? Like, I couldn't place it, because at first I was just like, is this a McDonald's French fry? I couldn't place it. And so she comes back then and she sits down. I'm just like, eat this, you know? And so she takes a bite, and I'm just like, is this McDonald's French fries? And she's just like, it is, but not the fries you're thinking of. Yeah, it was from the wine bar on our last day. It was the last day that we were in CDMX. It's like, it's not the fries that you're thinking of. It's the fries that you grew up with. And it's because this little French wine bar was doing their French fries in beef tallow and beef fat. And we don't do beef tallow anymore because, for any number of reasons, people use different kinds of oils to do French fries nowadays. And also McDonald's uses some kind of like really weird formula as it concerns like people call it like the plastic film on their French fries. So they taste differently, and they taste great. Don't get me wrong. I love McDonald's French fries, but the steak frites, were done in beef tallow, and I was like, holy shit, this is the McDonald's of my youth. And it just resonated in such a positive way, you know. There's a restaurant here in New York City that does a real Big Mac and fries. It's amazing. I'm getting it tomorrow. Do it to it. Get a photo before you do it. Get that photo, sir. Unrelated, a colleague asked for CDMX recos, and I blew up. Did you just send her a link to our map? Because that might have like resolved everything they were looking for in one shot. If you don't have the link anymore, I can send it to you, Loretta. But that might be helpful for them. Yeah, the place I'm talking about does that too. It's a French place. See, there you go, right there. Yeah, like beef tallow is stupidly good. You know, like ridiculously good. I did, yeah, and insisted she do the hot air balloon thing. That was such a good time. I am unbelievably grateful to you for putting that thought into our collective consciousness and just like making it happen. You know, I am, like I tell people all the time, it's like, if you can travel with Loretta, then travel with Loretta. She just, the easiest person I've ever traveled with, bar none. Bar none. Just like, hey, friend, would you like to do the thing? Yes. Okay. Phenomenal travel partner. Absolutely phenomenal travel partner. I'm hoping. So like I'm assuming you had a great time in the EU. You and your partner got a lot of walking done, I'm assuming. Did you find cool little paths and do all the things, Loretta? I haven't had a chance to talk to you about your trip at all. We should probably do dinner and like do a proper catch up. Did you constantly have to drag him out and be like, oh, we just got a few more blocks. It's just another 45 minutes. We'll get there in no time. I might actually have a picture. Please hold. I've been there a lot. Do it to it, Ghost. Get in there, buddy. So much walking, so many types of public transit. Yeah, did we make use of public transit at all? I don't recall. I don't think we touched public transit when we were in CDMX. Huh. That's so weird. We probably could have. But everything was like so walkable. No, we didn't. We walked everywhere. Yeah. A couple of Ubers here and there. But otherwise, we did a lot of walking. I don't like talking about public transit. That's fair, sir. I'm sure that you're under NDA. You and the Godmod are both under NDA. So we can leave it at that. One of the things so like when Dave's Retro Basement and Geek Girl were in town last week, I don't know if it's because like I don't live in like Toronto proper. I live outside of it. But the subway I find to be such a fascinating phenomenon because something can be 20 minutes away. Okay. And for some reason, when I get on the subway, it doesn't feel like it's 20 minutes away. And I don't know if it's because I don't take the subway often, but I can like sit down and from like Toronto's perspective, like Union Station, okay? Let's say Bloor Street Station is 10 minutes away. And there's a reason I know that it's 10 minutes away. And so let's say Bloor Street Station is 10 minutes away. I am unaware of that 10 minutes. It doesn't feel like 10 minutes. And I don't know why. Like, I don't grasp the 10 minutes. I don't know if it's because I'm fortunate enough, more often than not, to not be on a subway that's been stalled for any given reason or delayed for any given reason. Because I don't live in, like I said, like I don't live in Toronto proper. So it's like the 10 minutes is 10 minutes. It's not 10 minutes in a car where there is stop and go traffic and red lights and, you know, bicycles and everything else that can be in the way. It's like that 10 minutes is more, it feels more like 20 because of just the flow of how like you're perceiving time. But like the subway is just like, oh, you know, Union Station, King Station, Queen Station, Wellesley Station, Dundas Station, yada, yada, yada. And so it goes on and on and on. And so I never quite feel like the same way. I just laughed out loud from the bathroom. That's godlike. So it's like the perception of time just like feels like so much different. Be right back. Got to do the next load of laundry. Sounds good, Kitty. We'll talk to you in a bit. It's just like one of those things. Did Words with Friends die? Or did everybody stop playing? Nope. Okay. Oh, it was just blank last time. Did Words with Friends meet its wording demise for the time being? We'll keep an eye on it. It's because blank broke it. Did he actually break it? I got distracted by looking for food. True. This is the real core of this channel, Vicious, is that you start talking about food and then the whole thing just like it takes an entirely different path. Where are we here? So much walking we got. Da-da-da. But these were more purposeful cable cars and what is it? Funcular railways. What's funcular? Funicular? Funicular railways up to Vantage Point. I've never used that term before. I do not know what funicular means or what it is. I don't even understand the phonetics behind that word. Oh my goodness. Did you just eat that is gonna be like one of those things. It's like I should put it on my epitaph. Just like, did you just eat a hot dog? It's gonna go on my tombstone one day. And it's like Loretta can like visit it and just like have a chuckle and then just be like, all right, we're done here. What are we at here? Oh, they're mountain trains. Okay. But I mean, like at the end of the day, and the thing is, like Dave and Christy had pointed the same thing out too, in the sense that they were just like, this is relatively easy to navigate. Why don't more people use the subway? And I think that like more and more, you're seeing, especially as like population densities continue to increase, that the need for public transit really does move to the forefront. And the flip side of it is because there was such a huge need for cars or huge push for cars for so long that now you have major cities, that's Toronto, the different boroughs, the infrastructure is such that it becomes unbelievably difficult to make additions. I think that in the case of, we'll give you like an easy example. So a person that I met up with last week, Lil Ubo, who's like a regular in the channel, they came in from a train station that only, Loretta, when did Vaughan open? How long has it been since the Vaughan station opened? Do you know? I generally don't get why people in Toronto hate the subway so much post-COVID. Yeah, like I don't really grasp it. I think that, well, I mean, like I know that I would never like regularly have a vehicle in Toronto because there's too many options at your disposal. So so it makes perfect sense then. So like Ubo was saying that he was not aware of this Vaughan station even existing. Like he hadn't been in Vaughan since pre-COVID. And I was like, I'm pretty sure that Vaughan station opened like right in like 2019, 2020, somewhere in that ballpark. And so he just like missed out. He had no idea. And he used to dread the idea of having to drive into, even if he had to drive down to something like Kipling, like it just like, it feels like such a pain in the ass. Is it Kipling that I'm thinking of? Yeah, it's Kipling Station I'm thinking of. If you're coming from the north, like anywhere like above the 401, or in his case, like all the way up in Vaughan. So it's like the 410 in Rutherford. No, 404 in Rutherford. No, that's still a lie. 400 in Rutherford. It's just a pain in the ass, right? And all of a sudden, now he has Vaughan Station, and it's like, oh, okay, I just get to sit down, and it's going to drop me at Union in an hour. And it's like $3 or whatever it is. And you don't have to deal with traffic. You don't have to deal with accidents. You don't have to deal with anything. And you are just in this spot where you're just like, okay, I get to throw on earphones. I get to do like whatever I feel like and just like have a good time until I'm at my destination. You know what I mean? It's an hour, but that's exactly it, right? It's an hour, but it's a straight shot. He doesn't have to do any transfers. He doesn't have to do anything along those lines. You just go from there. Yo, Austin Legacy Creed, what is going on, my friend? How you doing? Good afternoon to you. How's life treating you? How's the lovely wifey today? What have you been getting up to? We're always happy to see Creed in the house. Dave's Retro Basement, welcome back. Word Nerds uniting one more time. Uh-oh, syncing. I've never even seen that before. Okay, so the game's over. Never mind. 1 star. Is this what happens when Loretta and Geek Girl don't carry you all? And Mishu? Do you all need being carried by the 3 Word Nerds? She's great. A good morning. Good morning to you, my friend. Is it morning for you? Are you West Coasting it? Are you in Arizona, if I recall correctly now, Preston? Geek's making breakfast. Is she making canned potatoes? I'm really hoping the canned potatoes are on the menu, Dave. Gonna get your lyric. Gotta grab something to eat. Sounds good, Blank. Have a good one, buddy. Thank you very much for coming through. Always happy to see you, sir. Enjoy whatever it is you're going to be enjoying. I took out a pretty sizable bowl of curry goat. I think I'm going to split it in half and then have one half for lunch and one half for dinner, because there is a lot in there. As soon as you ever like meal prep chat and then you realize there's definitely a bowl that is far heavier than all the other bowls, because that is what I had here. I took it out of the freezer yesterday just before bed. I'm like, oh, this has got weight. I'm like, what is going on right now? And so I was like, okay, cool. That is definitely not a one meal. So we'll see what's going on. Yeah, damn, it's almost 1 p.m. I'm out of here too. Sounds good, Vicious Ghost. Typically around this time, everybody bounces. I got football to be watching at 1 o'clock as well. We were originally going to do 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We ended up doing 9 a.m. to what will just about be 1 p.m. So it all works out pretty well. It has been enjoyable just chatting with everybody over the course of the last little while. Hopefully they've been enjoying themselves as well, getting their relaxation on, a little game time where they can with Words on Stream. Have a good one. We will talk to you soon, Vicious. Thank you very much for coming through along with Rage's Raid. We'll talk to you soon. Colorado, but I was sick last night, so up late. Uh-oh. Is it like food poison sick? Are you getting the flu? I just got over the flu, so I understand where you're coming from this time of year. What are we thinking, sir? Did you have too many drinky drinks? I don't think they have coarse language in this game, Logan, just to be fair. You can use it within its proper context, but I don't think it quite works that way. So you're gonna have to hold that one, buddy. Did Dave reply? No canned potatoes? We'll never know. Drinks and a deep dish, like deep dish pizza? They do deep dish pizza in Colorado? That sounds scary. That actually sounds a little bit scary. I'm not gonna lie. Did you have too much cheese? Or is it just like too much alcohol worked out? I don't think we have any canned potatoes. I don't even know you anymore. I thought that I understood my friends because you spent like 10 years trying to beat me over the head with a can of canned potatoes. And now you don't even have any in your home. You don't have any. Unbelievable. I think that Dave should go on a grocery run specifically for canned potatoes. Sharpie started it? Did Sharpie actually start it? I didn't even realize that. I would never. Chicago deep dish hates me, let alone anywhere else. True. But you have delicate flour tummy. So it's like it's a little bit different. Like, I don't know how well you handle a brick of cheese. I say this as all you ate was bread and cheese and oil in Europe. But I'm assuming the brick of melted cheese does not play nice with delicate flour tummy. So one Sharpie then. Okay, fair enough. Either way you look at it, Dave should definitely do the grocery run specifically for a canned potato. A single can. Would you like to waste your time and gas to get a single can of something that I didn't really want? Well, here's your chance. I don't know the last time I had deep dish. Like, we had Detroit style last week. Oh man. Descendant was awesome. I took 3 slices of Descendant home with me, and that warmed up stupidly well. I just put it on the frying pan, and because like the base and like the sides, I actually like set it up so like it like rimmed my frying pan, so the cheese essentially like recrusted on the side because it's Detroit style, and that warmed up so good, so good. I don't think I can have Detroit style anywhere else now. I think Descendant kind of just like sets the bar. You're lactose intolerant and you ate deep dish pizza? Why do you hate yourself? Like, what the hell? That is an absolutely hate yourself scenario there, Creed. I'm not too sure how we feel about that, sir. That's like double poison between the cheese and the booze. Do you take like 6 Lactaid before a deep dish pizza? It's like there's a lot going on right there. But Detroit Style was great. Descendant was great. I still haven't done Body Alley. Loretta, when your man gets back, can we book a Body Alley thing? You got to take me with you. I don't want to third wheel you guys, but I absolutely want Body Alley. So like, it's got to happen. And then like afterwards, you can be like, all right, we're done with you. And then like kick me to the curb. But I definitely want to have the pizza with you all. Cheese doesn't have an effect on some lactose intolerant people. Really? That might explain why my stomach hates milk, but I can deal with cheese, no problem. It'll be a U2 date. Just walk. Oh, you're not going to get in on the delicious slices with us. No, I just eat something and accept my fate. Wow, you sound like Kitty. Kitty, I think honestly, Creed, you sound like a lot of people with lactose intolerance specifically. You're just like, you just kind of sit there and you go, you know what? Fuck you, dairy. And then you just go to town and just like call it a day. You know, you've got people that can't have bread. They're celiac and it's like, you know what? Fuck you, sourdough. I'm going to take you down. Just like they eat it and then just like keel over and want to die. And we're like, it was worth it. It was worth it. You know, all lactose intolerant people are like this. It's true. You guys love playing the fuck around and find out game. Yeah. You always see these like memes on Instagram and TikTok and it's just like, well, I'm going to find out if the food that made my stomach upset still makes my stomach upset. You're like, shocking. Yeah. No, but it's on the list it's on his list more than mine. We'll pick a sunny Saturday or something. You know what the funny thing is? At the rate we're going, October is going to be like nice, like lows of 12s, highs of 26 nice. Like don't get me wrong, global warming, terrible thing. Climate change, terrible thing. Really, really nice September, October weather. Trade-offs. Like I don't know what to say at that point. Like it's just like one of those, do I sit back, be selfish, and be like, well, by the time this really screws our planet, I'll be dead anyway. So in the meantime, can't wait to see you on the patio on October 27th, where it's sunny and 27. Like, it's just a weird space to be in. Fuck summer, fuck winter. I mean, like, fall's optimal. Let's be real. It is all about the fall. Nagata, maybe a little out of nowhere, but what's your go-to Subway sub? Italian BMT on Italian urban cheese, lettuce, tomato. If they have both onions, both sets of onions, green pepper, banana pepper, jalapeno, 1 strip of mayonnaise. Don't let them smear mayonnaise. 1 strip of mayonnaise and 1 strip of Subway sauce. And pepper, no salt, because everything else is oversalted. That's my Subway order to a T. Why do you ask, my friend? Oh, double cheese. Double regular cheese. Whatever the fake cheese is, that's what I get from Subway. Whatever the white fake cheese is, I get double of that. Cultured, I'm ordering. Go for it. Absolutely go for it. That has been my Subway order for about 20 years. Around there. I got to write that down. Let me know if you need to repeat it, and I can give it to you. It's so weird. The order that I just laid that out is the order of how I would say it if I was in Subway. You can clip it. Okay, perfect. That works out for you. But yeah, my order hasn't changed in 20 years, and I don't think it's ever going to. It's just like locked in stone at this point. Let me loop back for a quick second. I would die without chocolate milk. I haven't had chocolate milk in long time. Long time. How often do you drink chocolate milk, Creed? It's also the order you have to put the ingredients on. Really? Well, there you go. What do you get, Kitty? Does everybody here have a trademark Subway order? Bread, meat, cheese, veggies, sauce, seasoning. Yeah, there you go. So it makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Footlong Italian urban cheese, BMT, double cheese, regular. And then, yeah, lettuce, tomato, onion, green pepper, banana pepper, jalapeno, like clockwork. Oh, and spinach. Spinach. But they're super skimpy about spinach. I don't know why that is at Subway. They're super skimpy about spinach. I do, but I got called boring? Who called you boring? It's a sub. Like, who gives a fuck if it's boring? That's a weird thing to say. You should fight them, unless it's like their grandma or something. Don't fight your grandma, and don't fight your mom. You should fight everybody else. Tell your friends they're assholes. You know? Tell them to choke on their exciting sandwich. Don't tell them to do that. But like, yeah, that's really weird. You eat whatever you damn well please. Turkey bacon, pepper jack cheese, spinach, lettuce, mayo, chipotle sauce, banana pepper, jalapeno. Good for you. And tomato. Okay, we in there. We absolutely in there. I do want to write on a daily basis. Tell them they're assholes. Good for you. Good for you. I think that like it's so weird because like if Subway's quality was like, if it managed to maintain quality, it wouldn't be a bad option. But like, their quality has only diminished over time, and they're about twice the cost that they used to be. So, I guess their prices have come down lately because like people are just simply not going. But any which way you look at it, it's so expensive. Chirifine, you're exactly it. They're so expensive now. Don Steph, hello, friendo. Did I say hello to you when you first came in? If not, I'm very sorry. I am saying hello now. 6-inch spicy Italian with provolone, spinach, lettuce, mayo, and Italian seasoning, or oregano when that was a thing. Do they not do oregano anymore at Subway? I pay $40 for 2 footlongs. Yeah, we're in about the same price point, to be honest with you, Chirifon. If you're getting like a... Wait a minute, you're paying €40? Am I getting that right? You're paying €40 for 2 subs? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. Ah! That's actually ridiculous. Siri, what is €40 in Canadian? I need to know this. Siri. Apparently Siri hates me. What the fuck? Somebody tell me that quick. What is €40 in Canadian?
€40 is
65 Canadian dollars for 2 subs. Don't go to Subway. Fuck Subway. Don't go to Subway, Kyra. Just cancel your order. Like, kill the clip. That's insane. Oh my God. That is actually bonkers. That is so gross. 65 CAD for 2 subs. Just go to a restaurant. Wait a minute. Is your restaurant scene like insanely expensive? I gotta treat myself with cake bread every now and then. Good for you. We all respect the fact that it's cake bread. Welcome back, Nemi. How are we doing? Wait a minute. How's your partner? See, now we're balanced. We're balanced. We asked about the princess, and I completely forgot about your partner again. I'm not gonna lie. But how's your partner? Yo, cake bread is so wild. It's so true, but it's so wild. Did Creed get back to me on the chat's been flying today? You all have been amazing today, I swear. I missed it. If Creed explained how often he drinks chocolate milk, I missed it. Honestly, I can go to a restaurant and pay just as much for 2 people, but then I'd have to go outside to get food, and I'm late. So wait a minute, are you ordering delivery, and it's €40 because of the delivery? Or would it be €40 if you walked in the door? Like, if you tell me it's €40 because of, like, DoorDash or Uber Eats or whatever, that's a different story. Chocolate milk is wonderful with coffee. The only time I ever had chocolate milk in the last like 20 years is when I put it in my ice cap at Tim Hortons. That's the good stuff. Also, just an FYI for everybody who is playing Words on stream, I am going to wrap here in a few minutes. I'll wait for you guys to finish, but I am going to wrap up after your game is over. Hold on, I had an order a couple of weeks ago. Let me see how much that was. Okay, fair. Fair. He's good. We've been doing dungeons all morning. Are you playing World of Warcraft? Are you doing dungeons in World of Warcraft? Let's see. You are indeed playing World of Warcraft. We see you in the Discord. All the good. Are you doing are all like your raids done? Like does the Final Fantasy, does World of Warcraft have like savages and, you know, all that kind of stuff like Final Fantasy? Anybody playing the 1.0 release of Hades 2? Not just yet. I paid €47, including a €3.50 tip. Okay, but so that's for delivery though, right, Kyrofon? Like, how much was the delivery and service fees for it? Because I'm assuming that was about €10 onto itself. I could be wrong. Also, you're under tipping, but that's a different story. Oh, you don't have tipping in Germany, right? Tipping culture is like an entirely different thing. We raid twice a week. There is a normal, heroic, and mythic. Mythic is the hardest version. Heroic is harder than normal, but still fairly easy. That's fair. Tip culture, yeah, is not a thing here. Okay, never mind. I'm just going to shut my face. You're not expected to. Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Here, obviously, it would be like a different story. Like the standard tip is like 15%. But in your particular spot, it makes so because they're essentially. So is the concept that the gratuities is integrated into the price, or is it just like, this is the price, like call it a day? And that is supporting I'm assuming, a somewhat livable wage for the people who are working there, is my understanding. I could be wrong. This is the price, and if you want to tip, you can. Okay. People are paid a living wage. True. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to know that something like that is, you know, regardless of like the role that's being fulfilled or position that's being fulfilled, that they're able to get like a living wage or closer to it. Yeah, exactly. That makes perfect sense. We are severely lacking behind in that particular regard, and at least in North America. I think that we are severely lacking here, but maybe in due time, I don't know. And the thing is, and like Loretta, I don't know how much on the like angry restaurant Instagram you're on. I'm absolutely seeing, and I don't know what it is. I think it may just be because like summertime is over. I'm seeing a concentrated amount of content lately that is making a firm push on restaurant pricing. Like there's a very much just like, you'll see like a news report, and the news report is just like restaurant participation rates are down 17%, and then you'll have some asshole that's just like, that's because everything is so fucking expensive. Why am I paying $27 for a sandwich? And it's like, the whole thing is supposed to like create like this rage culture, and it completely dismisses all the work and all the cost and everything that goes into like whatever it is, and like they're holding on to this like preconception of what something should cost from like 1998. And I'm just like, what are you talking about right now? Like, this is a very like different world, especially for something that's supposed to be like optional, you know? And like, as Kyrofon pointed out, like sometimes you want your cake bread, and I look at that and it just like, it infuriates me. It's like, if you don't want to eat there, that's fine. If you don't want to pay it, that's fine. But the idea of like encouraging people to just like not support anyone who is just like busting their ass, especially within like the restaurant industry, which is so unbelievably hyper thin margin already, is like baffling, you know, like absolutely baffling. And the flip side of it as well is that obviously like minimum wages have gone up, and everybody's like, rah minimum wage, we want everybody to make $18 an hour, or like whatever it is. And then now that the prices have gone up, because you have to account for the fact that people are getting more money, like your labor costs have increased, they're like losing their shit. You know, I'm just like sitting there like, oh, like what is going on right now? Like this pushback is kind of nutty, to be honest. So I don't know if you've been seeing anything like that at all. Waiters make like 12 to 16 euro an hour here. So like even in like with like a dedicated waiter, the concept of tipping is like out the window, right? It's just like a cherry on top rather than an expectation. Because like here, it's a gratuity, but it's still an expectation. So it's not really a gratuity, you know? Okay. Are we good? Are we good? I want to make sure that I caught everything here. Oh, it's the question that I want to ask Nemi. So do you play in like heroics? Do you play in mythics? Do you play in like anything, that kind of stuff? I don't watch much of that. I let the chef friends tell me what's up. That's fair. That's an entirely, like, probably the most balanced way to go. I'm going to go outside now. Sounds good. We're about to Reynolds wrap up in here as well. It is just after 1 o'clock. Kickoff is about to begin, and I'm going to move from my chair to my couch and watch a disgusting amount of football for the next at least 3 hours. I don't know what the 4 o'clocks look like, but I don't want to miss out on this really nice weather. So I will step out after the 1 o'clock games and take in a little nice weather while we can. You can. It is common, but completely optional. But tips don't exceed like 10%. Okay. So it feels more like a roundup situation than anything else, I'm guessing, then, if you're on like a 10% situation. If you have like a, you know, your bill's $41, you're leaving $4. Like that sound about right, Kyrofon, or like something in that ballpark? Because everybody loves rounded numbers. Also, we got crazy drop frames for a minute. I didn't even realize it. Hopefully the stream has been running fine for you otherwise. We're going to see what the word nerds got here. And if I'm probably going to end up wrapping regardless, because I really don't want to miss kickoff. So we'll see what they have got, and then we'll call it a day. This has been a really good day today. And I'm glad to know that I can do a 4-hour just chatting stream without much difficulty. We were fortunate to have so many people come through here today. And it might make my life easy, that's for sure. You all GG'd at the right time. You get nice weather. We do have nice weather. It is currently... I won't tell you how nice our weather is right now. It is sunny because I'm looking outside my balcony. It is currently 24 degrees Celsius and sunny outside. That is what we are looking at. All right, so words is a wrap. And that goes in and that goes in. Okay. I'm down with the sickness because of the rainy weather. I understand where you're coming from. I'm about 90% coming off of my flu. And I'm just like looking outside. I'm like, I need to get out there because I was bottled up in my place for like 5 straight days. And I need to get the hell out of Dodge. All right. On that note, we are Reynolds Drop Chat. Again, huge thanks to everybody who came through here today. This was a lot of fun. Hopefully you all enjoyed Words on Stream as well. I know some of our word nerds love it, but other people who were participating in it as well, hopefully you had a good time. We're going to find someone to raid momentarily. What is... Nope, she is not there right now. Are we just going to release everybody? We could just release everybody. Yeah, you know what? We're just going to release everybody. We can go say, we'll go say hi to Dennis. We love Dennis. We'll go say hi to Dennis. Okay. So as I said, I am a Reynolds Drop today. Big thanks to everybody who came through, and much love for everybody for the support and all that good stuff. I am back here on Friday. We're back in our normal rotation. I've had my hiatus, and if I don't feel like playing Rivals, I won't play Rivals. And in that note, it's going to make my life a lot easier to kind of like motivate myself to be in the house. So we will be here on Friday and Saturday. We will not be here on Sunday because it is Thanksgiving here in Canada. So I will be up and seeing my mom. So I will not be here on the Sunday, but the holiday Monday, I will probably be here at some random time, so keep an eye on the Discord. So that's what we are looking at for the next week. If you need to get a hold of me for any other given reason, you can do so in the Discord as well. Again, thank you everybody for coming through here today. I'll see you all later this week. As always, I am the God of Lock 2. You've been locked in. Thanks for coming through, and I'll see you again soon.